I'm lucky you guys out there in the peanut gallery didn't hear that. Now that we're live, and it wasn't me. Oh look, we got Spook out there. We've got NANA. We've got Clive. Ooh, Factard. Little Wolf. Who else is out there? NANA. Amy. Anyone's welcome to join if you're still awake. Because this is only our
Yeah, come on.
This is only our in
Terry,
between after show, in between shows. So anything goes, I suppose, within reason.
Terry needs panel members.
Well, I do a bit of panel beating, but I'm not going to do any panel beating on the panel members. I can shape you if you want. A bit of shaping here and there. Bit of bog. And a dolly.
Yeah, he's so desperate he invited me on.
So desperate? No, I don't get desperate. Well, you're not actually technically on the panel. You're lurking in Discord at the moment. So you may be live out there on YouTube, but people can hear you in Discord. If you want to join the Zoom link, have you got what role have you? I'll give you. Did I give you the special role? I don't see the link, Terry. What's Scott going? I don't see the link. Oh, you haven't got the special place.
Yeah, that's right.
Ah, you haven't got the special. Oh, there you go. There you
Typical
go.
Terry, as organised as usual.
Yes, yeah. Well, why not? Right. Who else has got a problem? No. Wolfie's got all the roles, and Scott's got all the special roles in the special place. Oz Squad special place. That's where you find the Zoom link. Right, so am I finished over there? I can come back here again. Right. And we seem to have a now if you haven't got an avatar, Scott, that means you haven't sorted out your Zoom thing. Don't ask me how you do it on your end. I only know how to do it on my end. Oop, I'm getting echo. Are you muted in Discord, Scott?
Yes.
Okay, that sorts that problem out. Now, I don't know how you can do this. If you're on your PC, it's easier to explain it. But I know somewhere you can go into your options on Zoom, and you can add your avatar somehow. Have you got the YouTube going? Now, I don't know how you can do this. If you're on your PC, it's easier to explain it. But I know somewhere you can go.
He's got their live stream not muted.
Scott. Scott the newbie. We've got to get the newbie going here.
I haven't used this such a long time. I have to redo everything.
Thanks, Amy. There's an open invitation to join tonight. If anyone's out there that wants a link. Sheepy's. Yeah, I wondered where you were, Sheepy. I couldn't see you on Discord. So you'll be there shortly, just down the road. Okay. Oh, hurry up. Drive faster.
Not too fast, though.
What, New Zealand have speed limits, do they? Have you seen their TV shows with the way they drive over there?
Yeah.
Do you know how to tell
Oh,
Scott how
being
to
in
get his...
Alaska, I don't see too many.
Are you going to come in, Wolfie, or are you going to lurk in Discord?
I think I'm just gonna hang on Discord if that's okay.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Just warn us if you're going to talk too much, because I get a shock when I hear voices in my head that I don't see avatars for in Zoom.
Yeah, I don't
Do you,
think I've ever used it yet, Zoom.
yeah, not a lot of people have. It's user friendly and it's easy to use.
It
Once
is.
once
Yeah.
once you've got it, you'll find out it is pretty easy. It does give you some options. Can you explain to Scott how to maybe get an avatar while he's on the computer, while he's in Zoom? You're able to do that, Paul?
Yeah, it's pretty easy. You just right click on your icon there, and you'll see an option that says change profile picture, edit profile picture, and you click that and then just select a picture that you've saved or something.
Oh wow, that can't be any easier. That sounds so easy.
Yeah, to some. Just give me a few minutes. I'll sort it.
Well, you got this thing called a mouse, and you can right click on the right side of the mouse, and that's an option the mouse has. Now that thing with
So
the
you put
string, is your mouse got a tail, or is it a tailless mouse? Oh, Phil's out in the peanut gallery. What are you up to, Phil? It's public holiday today, Phil. You shouldn't be working. You can join if you want, if you've got nothing else to do. I like your questions for your students, even though I can't answer them, but that's not the point. Can you find my ones that I could answer? Is it still a right click in the southern hemisphere? Oh, RT96 is asking a technical question. Don't know. Depends on your perspective, doesn't it?
I'll come back. I'll sort it all out and I'll come back.
Sort of. I think we've confused Scott, Paul.
Yeah.
Yeah. Whereabouts are you clicking your right click? Out in the participants, or on the screen?
Where the list of participants is.
Oh, so
You
I
know,
can
where,
right click. I can right click on my avatar. Nothing happens when I right click on my avatar. For me,
doesn't it?
no. For me, where my icon is next to my name, I right click it. Nothing happens.
Is this in Zoom?
Yeah. In the participants, I got this participants popped out, and it's got me at the top, then
Oh,
you
no.
underneath.
No. I haven't got the participants popped out. I've just got them still on there. You know, the Zoom screen that comes up, maximised.
Maximize. Oh yeah. You just click on your actual avatar on the screen. It
Yeah,
comes up
that's
and it
right.
comes
Yeah.
up mute, stop video, rename, pin, edit profile picture, hide self
Yep.
view. Oh.
Yep, that's right. Yep, that's where you
So
do it.
so
Yeah.
where did Scott get confused with that?
I don't know. Are you sure he's not a flat earther?
Well, we're going to bag him out when he comes back. We might have to designate him a flat earther.
It's pretty intuitive. It's pretty easy.
Well, look, even I've got a rolling video in mine. I figured that one out. I just have that playing. I don't have pictures. I don't even know. I don't
Yeah,
even
fair
know.
enough.
I could change it to a picture, but I just leave it at that until I can get my star trail for down here, and then loop it with the same blue ball thing on it. And I've got to get the rules and everything sorted out too, like it's in my little thumbnail. You can't read them because they're so small.
Jesus. What are you bashing?
I'm not touching anything.
Oh.
I think it's somebody in Discord.
Ah, it might be.
Yeah,
I'm
Wolfie.
signing up for Zoom.
Oh, you're
Sorry.
playing around, are you? Okay. If you're going to make noises, just be muted.
Okay.
And when you want to make a noise like talk, then you can unmute.
Okay.
So how do you get your rolling video, Terry?
That's in oh shit, minimize that again. Well, you have a video in your file somewhere, video, and where
Yep.
it's got shit, where did I find that again? I think you go into choose virtual background.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you choose virtual background, and in virtual background you can have virtual backgrounds, and you can have videos in there.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so that's how
I've
you
got
do it. Yeah, that's
I've
fine.
got a couple of them in there
Yep.
I've got another one here. There's
Yeah,
that
I'll
one.
think about that for next
See,
time.
look at that one. I've got that
Yeah.
one. That's Peter's
Yep.
one,
Yep.
and I've got that. I don't know where that came from.
Yep.
Oh, I'm on the beach. Now, see, I could have me on the camera now, and that'd be behind me,
Yeah, I
and
know.
people
Yeah.
will think
Yep.
I'm at the beach.
Yeah.
And then I can
Yeah,
have that one.
maybe.
And there's some Aurora Borealis or Australis. I don't know which
You
one it is.
You
Yeah,
sure it's not the Borealis australis?
yeah, one of them three. Oh shit! Now I've lost which one's mine. Oh, now I've lost. Is it that one? Yeah. Phew. I thought I broke it then. Yeah, you just add them to there. You can. You got a little thing there that says add image or video in that section up the
Yeah.
top right hand corner there, and oh, we've got a picture. I think Scott might have figured something out. He's coming.
He is. Oh,
He's
no.
connecting. He's connecting. And when he's connected, I can kick him out.
Because he's got the Hawks icon.
Yeah. What's Hawks mean? I don't understand that designation.
That's my football team.
You know I don't follow football here.
It's all right, safe, Al. You wouldn't know.
I've got no idea. If it's anything to do with sports stuff, I've got no idea. Maybe a little bit of car racing, but not much. But that's about it for me.
Yeah, well, that's sort of changed these days, hasn't it?
Yeah, it has a bit. Well, we've got Bathurst coming up soon, so I'll be definitely watching that. But it's not the same as it used to be. But we can't help that.
No.
But I'll watch. But I don't know if I'll play the Muscle Car Masters one as well, because I usually end up missing that. So that might be on the Friday or the Saturday as well. I don't know if they'll televise it. So that's the ones I prefer to watch: the Camaros and the Tiranas and Mustangs. You know, all them racing. They only do about 6 or 8 laps, which is not much. They should make them do it a bit longer. Don't mute me, bro. What's everyone saying? Don't mute you. What do you mean don't mute you? How can I? I can't mute you. Have I given you your spanner? Get in early, you get your spanner. If you get in late, you don't get one. Oh, you've already guessed the name out in the peanut gallery for that guy.
Yes. It's
They were
already been
quick.
guessed.
They were
And they
quick.
should. Well, they should have been quick, Terry, because he was talked about quite a lot in your last show. You know who Henry Bessemer is, don't you?
He did something to do with making steel.
He did, yes. The Bessemer process, remember? Blowing
Yeah.
air through the steel to make it cheaper to make.
Yeah, that's it.
That's why I chose him today, because I thought people should know who he is.
That's a good strategy. When we do the video stuff and everything, you pick the scientist or person out of it and see if they were paying attention out there.
it's like a test.
Yeah. Well, there was some other guys we did the other week. We could always do them next show too. One of them guys that invented a certain thing.
Yeah. So you've got anything to play, Terry, or talk about?
Yeah, sure. Let me think of something.
Ooh.
How can we do a stream if we plan something?
Exactly.
I know there was a debacle on Fight the Flat Earths. Who did he do? That guy that wrestled the...
Oh, right the hand.
Yeah, right the hand thing. He was just playing that the whole way through, the wrestling part.
Yeah, because right the hand spat the dummy, and like, he came on, he knew the format for the debate, and he didn't follow it. He didn't follow it, and he kept on not wanting to follow it, and so he didn't present any evidence, and eventually he whinged and just rage quit, and so they had no flirt to have the debate. So they played the video of him wrestling the woman and showing how humiliated he was.
We went
they
through
did
that.
the same thing.
Didn't we go through that the other day? With this video? Yeah. So there's no point going over that one again. I know Planar Walk was doing a Discord live stream there earlier today, but I missed that. So I wasn't sure. I think it had Flat Earth Aussie Jesus in it. So I don't know how well that went.
Yeah. Don't know. I mean, a Flat Earth Aussie Jesus, I think he's got a mental problem, so,
Yes, that's a definite.
Well, I'm not going to argue with you. Point Love said, I noticed a notification, but I thought it was for tonight. So obviously I'm late. Hey? That's back to front, isn't it? That means you're early, not late. Craig predicted that an hour before the show that he was going to go for a rage quit.
Yeah.
No, we haven't been here.
Absolutely.
No, we haven't been here. Long Point and Laugh. We've been waiting for you to get here. Now that you're
Craig
here.
did the same.
Sorry?
I was just going to say, Craig did the same thing with Nathan Thompson when he was on Modern Day Debate. Just replayed images of Thompson being arrested and so forth. And that really set Thompson off. He really wasn't too happy about it. In fact, I think whenever someone mentions it to him, he just cringes. And serve him right too.
Bandy's around because he popped something in there. What's he up to? I'll message him and see what he's doing. Because he's our wannabe flat earther, so he's okay for a laugh.
Yeah.
He knows he's wrong, but he won't admit it, so we just play along.
Oh, here's one. Tides on a flat Earth. No curve, no edge. 68 views one day ago.
Okay. Well, I was going to go through that other guy's channel, but you're quite happy to present anything you'd like. You feel free to do that, as long as it's not something we'll get copyright struck for. That's a given.
Cookies.
That's a given. Where's that other channel I was going to look at? Where'd he go? I always forget where he used that channel. Oh, here, Flatsoid. Yeah, I was going to check that channel out, Flatsoid.
Well, this guy's got 6 subscribers, Terry.
Oh, he's even better. That's even better. Well, I'm just checking Flatsoid. Well, you can either give me the link or whatever you want to, however you want to do it. Okay. This Flatsoid's got 472 subscribers, so he's equal to me.
Okay.
And
this one goes for 15 minutes.
Okay. You got a 15-minute, have you? I'm going to go back into this Flatsoid. Angular compression on a flat Earth, part 2. Angular compression on a flat Earth. Oh, this guy's got some good stuff. Okay. Gas pressure comedy. Got stuff that goes for a couple of minutes here and there.
Yeah, right. Well, Flatsoid's pretty good. I mean, he's got a lot of wrong stuff.
Yes. Well, obviously, I'm not going to play his most recent. We're going to. I prefer to go to his oldest. So.
What is his most recent one?
Date newest. Angular compression 2 days ago, 52 seconds.
Oh God!
No corollas of Earth, 5 minutes.
Apparently, he did a helium balloon test where he claimed he had a neutrally buoyant helium balloon, and he was supposed to be letting it roam free in the room, and he said that it would follow the path of the sun if the Earth was rotating because of Coriolis. Like, that's wrong for a start. But he cheated by actually tying the balloon down to something, and then said it was floating. He lied.
Cheat? Flat Earthers cheat?
Yeah, flat Earthers cheat. Of course.
Okay, what's he got? I'll go back to some of his oldest. Here we go. Stars through the moon. No, we know that one. While you see a container for pressure to exist. That goes for 19 minutes. Proving the ether. No. Pressure needs a container, part 2. Chemical equilibrium. Gravity or relative density. Heliocentric region creation. Space is free. He's got second law of thermodynamics revisited. I don't know why he's got that there for. Yeah. Atoms and pressure gradients. What is level? Oh, I like those ones.
Atoms and pressure gradients. That'd be interesting, because I wonder what his explanation for that is. How long does that go for?
Where was that one? Oh, 10 minutes, that one.
Yeah, it sounds about right.
There's a 10-minute on atoms and pressure gradient.
Yeah,
well, you understand the atoms, and I'll probably understand the pressure gradient.
Oh, well, maybe not, because it depends on what he says, whether I understand it or not.
Okay. Well, that goes for 10 minutes. I'll grab that one. I have to start this is going back into his videos a fair way, so. Okay. Pause that for now. I don't know what music he's got. Right, okay. Sheepy's missing out on all the fun. Terry made enemies with lots of flat turdies. Yeah, I have made a few enemies, but not my doing. I haven't said nothing yet. I can't help it if they're a flat art. Okay, we'll share that. Oh, I see Scott's changed his avatar to a... Is it a Mustang? Flat turds, yeah. Yeah, I said flat turds. Oh, did I meant to say flatards? Sorry. Okay. Can you can see that out there?
No, Terry, that's a Spitfire.
I was just seeing if you were awake, Scott.
Ignition sequence start. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Not sure about the music. Has he got Creative Commons music?
What are atoms made of?
Atoms, what are they? What are atoms made of? They're made of atoms.
This is going to be interesting.
Protons, electrons,
Atoms are composed.
Carry a positive electrical charge, electrons carry a negative.
Just go back and pause that. I didn't get to read all that.
Yeah.
Pause it every now and then. All right.
Yeah. There you go. Go through
Yeah,
that.
okay. Yeah. Well, so far he's right.
Okay. Phil's just answering my question. He says, "Okay, I'll try. Maybe you will find motion easy." What type of motion?
Yeah. Okay, so he's got a diagram here. It's a classical diagram. It's not correct, but it's okay. I mean, it's the way young kids are taught model of the atom for a start.
You mean the way I can understand it?
Yeah, and then when they finally learn that, they get told that that's not quite right and it's wrong, so they learn something else. And then when they learn that, they get told that that's not quite right, and then they get taught something else. So, but that's okay. He's not wrong so far.
Wally, are you joining today, or are you baking donuts again?
Bacon donuts.
Well, he bakes cakes or he cooks cookies or something there, or he feeds his cat.
I was going to say bacon donuts. Do you have that? Do you have that with maple syrup?
I don't know.
Canadian bacon donuts.
So you got protons. You got 2 protons in the middle, and you got you got blank neutrons, and you got the electron I'd say circling the neutron and the protons. Okay.
Yeah.
Bacon donuts. Yeah, potato bake. Yeah, I like potato bake, Wally. Oh, sheepy's here. Whoop. Did I miss a bit?
Yeah.
Looking over
He's
there.
right.
Is that the next
screen?
Right.
This is the
Is that the next screen?
model, yeah, and he's depicting the electrons in their shells around the nucleus here. You can only have 2 electrons in the first shell.
Mm-hmm.
Right. The 1s shell.
It is playing. It is playing.
Yep. You haven't got it muted, have you?
However, there may be
Is that what's not helping?
atom of carbon. Notice how the 6 protons and 6 neutrons reside inside the nucleus, while the electrons are shown in orbits surrounding the nucleus. The number of protons identifies the element. All carbon has 6 protons, and therefore 6 electrons. However, there may be minor variations in the number of neutrons in atoms of an element. These variations are called isotopes. It's a little difficult to show the exact location of an electron. This is because electrons have almost no mass and orbit the nucleus of the atom at incredible speeds. Therefore, their precise location at any given moment can't be determined. For this reason, electrons are often shown as a...
It's not quite true. I mean, for a start, they don't orbit the nucleus. They exist in an electron cloud, and they have no well-defined position or path that they take. So their position is determined by probability, not motion. Yeah.
Negatively charged cloud around the nucleus.
That's not quite right. Yeah.
Well, they can be random. It's not so much a constant.
Yeah. I mean, it's a probability that determines where the electron could possibly be at any moment. But where it's going to be at any moment, you can't say it's going to be somewhere else because it was here and was traveling with this speed. So you can't predict where it's going to go or where it's going to be. You can only predict the likelihood of where it's going to be within a certain probability field. And those probabilities fields come in different shapes according to the different orbitals around the electron. So they're not like planets orbiting around the sun at all.
Okay, that's what I was wondering by the picture. Like it's like as if they've got a constant path where they could be going.
Yeah, they don't. I mean, that's the classical Bohr model of the atom, and we know that that's not right.
Wow. Okay. And how do they change? Do they change direction at any given moment, or?
No. You can't talk about direction and speed of an electron.
Right.
That's something that you just can't talk about. You can talk about the momentum that they have. You can talk about their position, but where they're going to be, you can make a prediction of the likelihood that they're going to be there, but you can't tell exactly where they are. Okay.
Wow.
Yeah.
For this reason, electrons are often shown as a negatively charged cloud around the nucleus. However, other diagrams show the electrons as existing in rings, or orbitals. Orbitals are often used to illustrate the number of electrons at different energy states surrounding the nucleus. This is important because only the electrons at the highest energy states, or outermost orbital, participate in chemical reactions. These are called valence electrons, and they are involved in the formation of chemical bonds between atoms.
How does energy change the density of the atom?
It's interesting that some people find science so easy and others find it kind of dull and difficult. Especially kids, some of them are just eat it up. And I don't know why it is. It's the same perhaps for all subjects. For instance, lots of people love music, and I never could carry a tune. And
I'm gathering you can't hear that too good.
And I think people lose a lot of pleasure who find science dull. In the case of science, you think that one of the things that make it very difficult is it takes a lot of imagination. It's very hard to imagine all the crazy things that things really are like. Nothing's really as it seems. We're used to get, hot and cold, and all that hot and cold is the speeds that the atoms are jiggling. If they jiggle more, it corresponds to hotter, and colder is jiggling less. So if you have a bunch of atoms, a cup of coffee or something sitting on a table, and the atoms are jiggling a great deal in the coffee, and they bounce against the cup, and the cup then gets shaking, and the atoms in the cup shake, and they bounce against the saucer, and the heat heats the cup and heats everything else. And hot thing spreads its heat into other things by mere contact, because the atoms that are jiggling a lot in the hot thing shake the ones that are jiggling only a little bit in the cold thing, so that the hot heat, we say, goes into the cold thing, it spreads. But what's spreading is just jiggle and irregular motions, which is easy to kind of understand. It brings up another thing that's kind of curious. That I say the things jiggle, and if you're used to balls bouncing, you know they slow up and stop after a while. But we have to imagine with the atoms a perfect elasticity. They never lose any energy. Every time they bounce, they keep on bouncing all the time. They don't lose anything. They're perpetually moving. And that the things that happen when we say something loses energy, if a ball comes down and bounces, it shakes irregularly some of the atoms in the floor. And then when it comes up again, it leaves some of those atoms moving, the jiggling. So as it bounces, it's passing its extra energies, its extra motions, to little patches on the floor each time it bounces, and loses a little each time, until it settles down, we say, as if all the motion has stopped. But what's left is the floor is shaking more than it was before, and the atoms in the ball are shaking more than they were before. That the organized motion of all these atoms moving the same way, falling down, and the quiet floor is now transformed into a ball sitting on the ground. But all that motion is still there in a form, or the energy of motion, in the form of the jiggling of the floor, which is a little bit warmer. Unbelievable. But anybody who's hammered a great deal on something knows that it's true, that if you pound something and hit it a lot, you can feel the temperature difference. It heats up. It heats up simply because you're jiggling it. This picture of atoms is a beautiful one. That you can keep looking at all kinds of things this way. You see a little drop of water, a tiny drop. And the atoms attract each other. They like to be next to each other. They want as many partners as they can get. Now, the guys that are at the surface have only partners on one side here, in the air on the other side, so they're trying to get in. And you can imagine this team of people, these teeming people, all moving very fast, all trying to have as many partners as possible. And the guys at the edge are very unhappy and nervous, and they keep pounding in, trying to get in, and that makes it a tight ball instead of a flat. And that's what, surface tension, the way when you realize, when you see how sometimes a water drop sits like this on a table, then you start to imagine why it sits like that, because everybody's trying to get into the water. And at the same time, while all this is happening, there are these atoms that are leaving the surface, and the water drop is slowly disappearing. I find myself trying to imagine all kinds of things all the time, and I get a kick out of it, just like a runner gets a kick out of sweating. I get a kick out of thinking about these things. I can't stop. I mean, I could talk forever. If you cooled off the water so the jiggling is less and less, and it jiggles slower and slower, then the atoms get stuck in place. They like to be with their friend. There's a force of attraction, and they get packed together. They're not rolling over each other. They're in a nice pattern, like oranges in a crate, in a nice organized pattern, all just jiggling in place, but not having enough motion to get loose of their own place and to break the structure down. And that's what I'm describing as a solid. It's ice. It has a structure. If you held the atoms at one end in a certain position, all the rest are lined up in a position sticking out, and it's solid at the end. Whereas if you heat that harder, then they begin to get loose and roll all over each other, and that's the liquid. And if you heat that still harder, and they bounce harder, then they simply bounce apart from each other, and they're just individual, I say atoms, it's really little groups of atoms, molecules, which come flying and hit. And although they have a tendency to stick, they're moving too fast. Their hands don't grab, so to speak, as they pass, and they fly apart again. And this is the gas we call steam. You can get all kinds of understanding. When I was a kid with this air, which I was always interested in, I noticed that when I pumped up my tires in bicycles, you can learn a lot by having a bicycle. I'd pump up the tires, that the pump would get hot. And that also understandable. See, as the pump handle comes down and the atoms are coming up against it and bouncing off, and it's moving in, the ones that are coming off have a bigger speed than the ones that are coming in, so that as it comes down, each time they collide, it speeds them up. And so they're hotter. When you compress the gas, it heats. And when you pull the piston back out, then atoms which are coming fast at the piston feel a receding, or sort of a give. It gives, and it comes out with less energy. It's like going up against something which is soft and yielding. It goes boom, boom, and it loses. So as you pull the piston out and the atoms are hit, they lose their speed and they cool off. And gases cool when they expand. And the fun of it is that all these things which you see or you notice in the world about it, the pump heats the gas, or the gas cools and it expands, or the steam evaporates until you cover the cover, and all these things you can understand from these simple pictures.
What? No.
I'll mute the music. The guy in the chair, was he a notable scientist?
Yeah, he was. He was. Just go back a little bit there, Terry. There was. What was he trying to claim about cold and heat? So, yeah, just pause it on each thing. Yeah, that's Richard Feynman.
Oh, okay.
Very famous physicist. Yeah.
Wow.
He was so excited. Hey, everyone.
Hey, Cheeps. You didn't
I've never seen a guy more excited. He's awesome.
You weren't speeding, were you? Driving down the road and back?
No, I was just up the road at the dairy. I finally finished the design for the Country Fried Chicken logo template. So I just wanted to get it signed off so I can make the real thing. So I was just up there discussing it.
Ah. I thought you'd speed.
Nice and close.
I thought you'd speed to get here so quicker. No,
I would.
Fine.
The
It would be like
the
that.
mothers look at me funny when I speed. So.
Oh, do they? So I've got to be somewhere. I can't be late.
You don't understand.
Okay, so he's got it wrong. He's got it wrong here for a start. Richard Feynman wasn't explaining thermal expansion. He was explaining the transfer of heat from one object to another. And he was explaining why gases get hot when you compress them and why they get cold when you let them expand. He didn't say anything about thermal expansion at all.
It was very cool the way he explained it. But so excited.
Yeah.
Like, he would be the best school teacher, you know what I mean?
Yeah, he would be, yeah.
You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
I just need him to explain mathematics to me. I think he could do it.
Yeah. I was a bit afraid that there wasn't going to be any derp in this video. Like, everything that he said so far is correct. That's because other people said it. All right. but now apparently we're going to get concentrated derp in this. So just pause it there, Terry. Right. So he says, so we see heat equals energy equals less density.
Oh, what?
No. False equivalency.
Yeah.
That's not what he said.
Heat is a form of like energy. We can say that energy is transferred in the form of heat from one object to another. Okay, whereas heat's not really a real thing. Okay, heat isn't a substance. We just describe heat as a form of energy that can be transferred from one substance to another. Okay, but it certainly doesn't. It certainly doesn't equate to less density. Okay, you can make something hot without it being less dense. Okay. Yeah, thermal expansion is a thing, but you usually don't equate energy with less density. No,
and I think he took it when he said the atoms change their density. He now used that argument for less density, but it's not what was being said.
No, not at all. Yeah. Okay, go to the next screen.
I can't get over how excited Feynman was. You know, he's like a little kid, just, you know. Oh, it was cool. It was really cool to see.
Okay, pause it there.
Yeah. Oh, it didn't go to the... I wanted it darker.
Yeah, that's all right. You can still read it. Yeah. Cold equals less energy equals more density. No.
Oh, no.
Again, because if I cool water off between about 4 degrees Celsius and 0 degrees Celsius, even though it's getting colder, it's actually getting less dense. So less energy is not always more density. It depends on the substance that you're cooling off.
I don't equivocate energy with cold.
No, it's not.
No. and energy, heat being energy and cold being less energy, it now changes the whole thing, doesn't it? Because it's
Yeah.
not talking about energy or not energy. It's you know what I
No.
mean. Energy and less energy. It doesn't really make sense.
No. Yeah.
But
All right.
he's
Just play
saying
it. Just
he's
play
saying
it
less
until
density for heat energy, but then he's saying more density for cold.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, this is where it's gone wrong. He's equating it. He's equating the amount of energy with the density, and that's not correct.
Okay, there we go. Cold
Now pause
atoms
it.
move less and latch onto each other. Cold
Mm.
atoms move less and latch onto each other.
Yeah, kind of. I mean, what it means is if you've got more energy, then those atoms vibrate more, and they've got enough energy to break the bonds between the atoms. Okay, and
The
that's why
jiggling.
things melt. That's why things melt. Yeah, that's why things melt, because the bonds between the atoms are broken. Okay, and they're able to move more freely. And if you give them even more energy, then those slight bonds that they still do have towards each other are broken even further, and they have very little bonding to each other, and that's a gas.
Simon said that, right? They pass each other so fast they can't grab on, so to speak.
Yeah.
Using real basic terms, and then they turn to gas.
Yeah.
So really good. So the idea of the slow heating would be the jiggling, right? And then the high amount of heat that almost turns to steam would be like someone running around on fire, equivalent.
This next sentence that he says, need less space to move. No, that's not true at all. Because obviously cold atoms, it's not that they need less space to move, it's just that they don't move as much.
Yeah, exactly.
They're still moving, but it's
Exactly.
not because they need less space to move. Yeah.
Oh no, the final insult to injury, the last sentence. Come on.
Yeah, I know. The reason for thinner air higher up? No, not at all.
Oh, right.
Because despite the them moving less, they're actually further apart, higher up.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. And the most active atoms or most jiggling atoms were the ones that reach the higher atmosphere.
Yeah.
'Cause they're still...
Aren't we talking about gravitational effects here? The higher up.
No, and then even higher up, where you've got the thermosphere, that the atoms are actually moving very fast. They're actually at a very high temperature, and yet the density is even less up there.
Okay.
So no, the amount of energy doesn't relate to the density at all.
How can they have so much clear, coherent explanation in the layman's terms from an actual scientist, and then put these screens up to just completely butcher it?
Yeah, that's because they're a flat earther.
I'm trying to catch up with what's on there, and I'm trying to catch up with the peanuts because I've got a few things here. Yes, Phil,
Yeah.
I'll get to that thing in a minute. The courier's saying air density, in aviation anyway, is affected by air temperature. Warmer it is, the harder it is to take off, or the more turbulence you get while in flight. And Professor Phil said electrons in a cloud. Okay.
Yeah, that's right.
We had some of those last night.
All right, what's he going to say next? Okay, pause it.
Hotter atoms move more and don't latch onto each other. Need more space to move. Reason for thicker air lower down.
No.
Goodness
Again, that's
me.
That's false reasoning. They
It's like
don't
two
need
backwards
more
statements.
space to move. Yeah, they don't need more space to move. They just move faster. Right? And it's not the reason for thicker air down lower at all.
Goodness.
Well, they'd have less. They'd have less space to move if it was thicker down below.
Yeah, exactly. That's right. Yeah.
How does anyone watch a video about something and then have all this after it to go?
Exactly, Terry. With a person as excited as Feynman was, you know, I mean, he was a great teacher. I'd love to watch the entire things now on him.
Somebody said they had had that. They haven't reposted. They haven't posted a link to it. I forget who said it out there. Okay.
Because I've seen his lectures, and they're so complex with all the formulas. You wouldn't expect that he's a, happy-go-lucky type person like that.
Was it what? Was it basic on why we have pressure gradients? No.
So
this
he's
video said
basing what
nothing.
he's on pressure gradient. Okay.
No, this video said nothing about why we have a pressure gradient.
It was
Nothing at
about
all.
atoms.
It was about atoms and temperature and transferring heat from one object to another, not about pressure gradients.
I wonder what I reckon he's Googled YouTube with a certain search parameter, and what he's got sort of matched some of the words that he's searched for. So he's thinking that once he's watched this is answering his bias or his misunderstanding in the first place. Oh. I don't know. Oh, shush, keep it down low, we're trying to sleep. Oh, sorry, Jose. I am streaming a bit later than usual. But I'm going to go back to an earlier... I will go back to an earlier time, just for you. Because we like to have a special guest on the show sometimes. Special inverted commas. Okay, that's it. Oh, God. What's God got to do with it? Jeez. Some people are deluded. There we go. Now we can go back to a question.
So who was that we were watching, dear? I didn't come in to see the channel.
His name is... where is it? Oh, Flatzoid, FE.
Oh, that one. Yeah. The one with the fantastic balloon experiment. I couldn't get through it.
Well, he's got so many other videos. I didn't want to spoil it because Lindsay's going to get a bit tired. We're going to get tired of Lindsay eventually. So we've got this guy as a backup as well. Paul did say something about he found somebody with about 6 subscribers that maybe be thing.
Yeah.
What do I want to check my PayPal for, Jose? I don't check that thing. I use Discord on my phone. Well, if you're over in Discord, Jay, you can always butt in as a lurker like everyone else does. If you're over in Jose, same as you, Jose. If you want to just say g'day on Discord, you can if you're on your phone, in bed, like some people do.
There you go, Terry. I put a link in the internal chat to that guy.
You know, when he was talking about how the cold air would make it more dense.
Yeah.
You know, when you think about ice molecules, when they're on water, they're floating above the water, so it cannot be more dense.
Yeah, exactly.
Where's that question? Now, Phil's got a question that I'd have to use pen and paper for, Phil. I don't know if I could do it in my head. So a car, or a Holden. Me and Phil are Holden guys, so it has to be a Holden. Travels west at 54 kilometers an hour, then turns north and travels at an average velocity of 72 kilometers an hour, taking 2.5 seconds to make the change. Calculate the average acceleration and direction of change. Oh, Phil. Why? I got no idea how you'd formulate that into an equation or something to work it out.
You have to draw yourself a vector diagram, Terry.
Yes, I'd
solve
imagine
this.
that. Yes, I'd have to have a vector diagram going one direction and another.
That's right.
And then I've got to allow for the 2.5 seconds between the
And
two.
the way you solve it, Terry, is that your change in velocity will be your final velocity. Take away your initial velocity. All right. So you have to know how to subtract vectors, and then you need to do that change in velocity divided by the 2.5 seconds, and that will give you your acceleration. So you need to know how to subtract vectors to do this problem.
I only went to year 10. No,
To subtract one vector from the other, you turn the vector that you're subtracting around and add it to the other one.
My silence indicates
That you have no idea what I'm talking about.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, you've got a link there. Well, like I tried to explain to somebody one time, that certain people in their genetics have a predisposition to certain fields of expertise, whether it be music, math, spatial awareness, all those things. And me, it's not quite the high-end math. I know how to add 1 + 1 = 2 stuff, but when it comes to formulations, I'm sort of like I've got a crossover thing in my mind. If I can't see something in a practical context for why it's written out in the formulation. I was watching a video here the other day on one of my streams or here with a guy doing it on a blackboard. Did I show you that, Paul? Where he was formulating something on a blackboard?
I just need to say something to Professor Phil. Professor Phil, nice one, Professor Phil. You left us with a 3, 4, 5 triangle. Easy.
Where? What?
When you do the vector calculation.
Oh. I gave you... I need a shout out from Gravity Guru, like he means it. Jose wants a shout out to Jose, Paul.
Hey, Jose. Shout out to Jose. J.G. Gonzalez.
I don't know if I can check me thing out while I'm doing that. Anyway, we'll play this. Have you previewed this at all, Paul, or...?
No, I haven't, Terry. So
I don't know if there's music or anything.
To hear a shout out from the southern hemisphere, is it better if you stand on your head if you're in the northern?
Yeah, and Ball said some people cannot see things in their mind's eye, like a visual. They can't visualize it in their mind. Yeah.
I can draw in my mind.
Thank you, Jose.
But I can't do maths in my mind.
I do appreciate it, Jose. I do appreciate it, Jose. It'll help my channel. Last year it helped my channel, and then this year, because I was struck, it didn't really help. Nothing really could help that. But now I'm back on my feet again. I can start all over again. And good night to you, Jose. Sleep well.
Good night, Jose.
Yeah, good night.
And I will catch one of your streams at night if I can stay up that late, like you are now, trying to stay up for this. And I'd have to do the same thing.
The trick is, Terry, is to wake up in the damn middle of the night by accident and then find out that he's on. You know?
Okay.
That's how often the cat's at the door or something. I'm like, what time is it? It's
do I have to
5
get
in the morning?
I'm not getting a damn bloody cat just for that sake.
I got 2. This will be good.
This is going to be a comedy.
Finally explained.
This shows 12 hours at the famous Bay of Fundy in Nova Scotia, Canada. It's the biggest tide change in the world. But what force could move such a massive body of water?
This is a map of tidal amplitude, which is the difference between the low and the high tide in a given place. So what that means is that the low tide might be a meter below sea level, and the high tide might be a meter above sea level, and that would be a tidal amplitude of 2 meters, which is considered very high. And those high tidal amplitudes are here in red. So this is where the difference between the low tide and the high tide is the greatest. What you'll notice with this is that there are places where the tidal amplitude is very, very low. It's actually 0. And those are the places here in pink. In these places, there is no tide. Low tide is the same as high tide. What that translates to is 0 tidal amplitude. So every place in pink has 0 tide. Now, the places where there is no tide, these are called amphidromic points. I will call them tidal nodes because that's the more commoner term for them. And they're here. And these are the places, these points, that there is no tide. Literally no tide at all. And there's tons of them all over this map. There's these ones in the center of the oceans, which are quite easy to see. But if you look closely at this map of amphidromic points, tidal nodes, you'll see there's also a number of much smaller ones that operate in smaller regions. I'm going to circle these 3. Look, there's 3 tidal nodes. These are areas, again, with no tide, where the water is still all year long, all day long, all week long, no tide. Here's another one here. Here's another one here. You can see 3 in here. You start seeing them when you look, you start seeing them all over the place here. See, there's actually 3 up here in Upper Canada. Now, the greatest density of these that I have seen is in the Polar Sea. Now, this is a polar projection map. This is a favorite by flat earthers. And you can see how many of these nodes are in the Arctic Sea. This is the Arctic Sea up here, the North Polar Sea. You can see all the nodes in here. I'm just circling them all. These are places with no tide. This is just a zoom in on that so you can see. It's almost fractal how this looks because you've got all these little nodes here and then you've also got all big nodes all in the sea. Oh, that's where the purples are. These big tidal nodes. These seem to be the center of what's going on with the tides. This is a better chart of the Polar Sea. So this is, again, a North Polar projection. I've placed a big X on the North Pole. And you can see even more in here. It seems almost like there's too many to count. Like there's areas where they're just extremely dense, these tidal nodes. So I think there's even some on these islands. These don't have to be underwater, and I'll talk about that later as well. Look at this. It seems like there's 3 in a row in here. All these tiny little tidal nodes. It's almost fractal how this seems to work. There's 2 here. This is Hudson's Bay in Canada, and I'm going to talk about that later. But first, this is the Mediterranean. There's also tidal nodes in the Mediterranean. It's not as dense, maybe, as in the Polar Sea. This is another one that's on land, actually. And I think it looks like there's one here. You can see this is Cyprus, so that's sort of how the Mediterranean here is aligned. This is the North Sea near the United Kingdom, and you can see these 2 tidal nodes here, as well as a tidal node which they've clearly marked on Sweden or Norway. That would be in Norway. I've also got this side by side with an actual animation. Now, what's nice about this animation It shows tides. It doesn't just show tidal amplitude. It shows tides in real time. And you can see how high these tides are relatively. These are these huge 2 or 3 meter tides that are all rushing up through this English Channel here. And yet you do have a tidal node very close into here. So you've got these massive tides, but you actually have a tidal node around here. Now this model doesn't show the tidal nodes amazing because you can see some of the tide go in through here. But it's pretty good here where you can see the tide's up on this side, then it's up on this side. It's up on this side, and then it's up on this side. And the tidal node itself, the sea level never changes. So this is a better map, a more detailed map of the tidal nodes, and it shows another tidal node with this arrow around New Zealand. So New Zealand's another example of a tidal node that's not under the ocean but still seems to affect the tides. And what I mean by affect the tides is you can see this arrow. Tides revolve around tidal nodes. So a high tide seems to be a bulge of water that will revolve in a certain direction, and it looks like the direction is different in these different nodes. There's clockwise and there's anti-clockwise, but it has nothing to do with the equator, because this one you can see here is clockwise. This one you can see is counterclockwise. This one you can see is also clockwise, and this one here is counterclockwise, and there's really no pattern to whether it's going to be clockwise or counterclockwise. This shows a live animation of the tides, and you can see exactly what I mean when I say that tides revolve around the nodes. So I told you about those 2 nodes up here in Hudson's Bay. You can see the high tide in red revolving around the coast of Hudson's Bay. You can also see this in New Zealand, which I told you was an on-land tidal node. You can see this high tide in red spinning around New Zealand, and the low tide in blue, so negative tide, also spinning around New Zealand, and they almost look like magnetic fields in the way that this is pictured here around New Zealand. So this is Hudson's Bay again. This is a different tidal animation, and you can see how these tides seem to revolve around Hudson's Bay. And again, there are tidal nodes, 2 tidal nodes here in the center of Hudson's Bay that show no tidal movement whatsoever, while you have huge tidal movement around these shores. And this, again, is New Zealand, and this shows those tides revolving around New Zealand. This is a very helpful map. It is a globe model, but it's a helpful map. This shows you the relative, how relatively really very high these tides are in some of these areas. Now, this only shows half the Earth. You can see a little bit over here in North America. But if you look at South America, the tides are just enormous at the very, very tip of South America. The same is true up here in Great Britain and in the English Channel. Huge amount of tides. If we go back to this earlier map, you can see that there are all those tidal nodes there at the base of South America, just like you may expect if these tidal nodes were what's creating these tides, because you've got a high density of these tides. So you're actually moving a great deal of water against this continent of South America, which is why you've got this black here. This is, I don't know.
What? Seriously, is he saying that the tidal nodes create the tides?
Is that what he said? I missed that.
That's what I thought he said. No.
You've got a high density at the very, very tip of South America. The same is true up here in Great Britain and in the English Channel. Huge amount of tides. If we go back to this earlier map, you can see that there are all those tidal nodes there at the base of South America, just like you may expect if these tidal nodes were what's creating these tides, because you've got a high density of these tides. So you're actually
he's insinuating
a great deal of water against this continent of South America, which is why you've got this black here. This is, I don't know how tall the tidal amplitude is right here, but it's very, very high. I think in some places the amplitude is as much as 4 meters. So this could be a full 4 meters here at in Argentina down here.
I may have missed it because I was distracted. Those individual tidal nodes that he was showing on the map, where was he saying they were caused by?
No, what he's saying is that the tidal nodes cause the tides. He's saying that the source of the tides is the tidal nodes, and that's just completely wrong. It's
Yeah.
the other way round. The tidal nodes are there because of the way the tides move. Okay, so in some places, an incoming tide and a receding tide sort of combine to cancel each other out, kind of. They're places on the Earth where, because of the tidal motions, the delays, and because of the land formations and ocean currents, etc., that in some places they sort of cancel each other out, and that's what a tidal node literally is. They're caused by the movement of the tides, and the tides themselves obviously are caused by the moon. He's got an ass around.
Yeah,
He's trying to say that these magic tidal nodes cause the tides. No.
Well, other than having it totally ass backwards, I think he's got this thing nailed.
Yeah, exactly.
Explaining the tides without any gravitational effects from any external mass. Okay, just keeping everything there.
This is from the Wikipedia article on tidal nodes, and it's extremely sparse. There's very, very little information about what these are and what they do.
Check your internal DM, Wolfie, in the Zoom.
There's a line about how the moon causes them, but it's frankly laughable that people can think, after looking at tidal nodes and how tides react around tidal nodes, that the moon is doing this. You've got this joke of an animation here on the bottom right that does not correspond whatsoever with the models I've shown you, as well as this one on the top where you have a bulge both on the moon side and on the non-moon side, and nothing on the top or bottom, even though we know that there's a great deal of tide in the southern part and in the northern part of what would be this map here. There's also a list of tidal nodes on Wikipedia. The set of clockwise points include these, but they've only given us 16 nodes here, but from what I saw from the map, there's 100 of these things. It could be 100. I haven't even counted them. There's so many of these tidal nodes all over the Earth, but in some places they are in far greater density than in other places. What got me into looking at this was taking a trip to Hawaii. I'm from Vancouver. This is a picture on the right of a Vancouver tide. And I went to Hawaii expecting tides to behave similarly as they would in Vancouver. I think most people just assume tides are the same everywhere. But the difference between low tide places and high tide places is it could be a matter of 12 feet, which is, a tall man twice. It's actually an enormous amount of water we're talking about. So it wasn't going on in Hawaii. Hawaii has lots of waves, which I don't think are related to tides. They seem to be wind related in a lot of cases. But the tides, I didn't notice at all. You always notice tides in Vancouver, but I never noticed it once in Hawaii. So I looked into it. I have a few speculations about...
Hawaii is an island.
Why is Phil asking you, Paul, should we give me a go about? What's that about? Did I miss something?
Yeah, I know. That's what I was saying. A go at what? I don't know.
Yeah, I missed that
posted a video.
Unless he wants you to have a go at the problem.
Which problem? The problem we already did.
The car problem.
No, I couldn't. I can't do that, Phil. There's too many parts of it that I wouldn't know what to do.
Exactly. Leave it to the experts. That's what I say. Leave it to the experts.
Yeah, leave it to the experts. Yeah.
But Terry, I posted a video in any other vids. I checked it's reuse allowed. It's just a video about the oceans if there was no water.
You could have put it in the internal chat. That's okay. I'll find it.
What? Any other vids? Tidal nodes.
Yeah, I'll find it.
They could be a sea life living deep under the water that's affecting the water, the movement of the water somehow. I've put in the background my favorite sea life, which is the kraken.
Yes, Wolfie, I see you got your hand up. You want to ask a question? He's got his
Sea
hand up.
life.
He had his hand up. That's what the hand's
Sea
for.
life, Terry.
He's muted.
It's the sea life.
Nah.
Big octopuses all over the world situated creating the tides, David.
Oh, is that what they are?
He said his favorite was the Kraken.
No, I'm still getting used to using Zoom. This is my first time using it.
Well, if you're on your phone, you've got me beat because I've got no idea on the phone. On the computer, yes, I can help you out a bit, but I've never tried it on the bloody phone.
No, I mean on the tablet once, but yeah.
And it's
Yeah.
also the
Have fun with that, Wolfie, on the phone. You'll figure it out.
it's a fantasy sea
At
life,
some point, I will.
because
Yeah.
it's so giant.
I'm just going to duck.
Exists
I'm just
that
going to
we
duck
know
out and see how. I'm just going to duck out and see how the heater's going, Terry.
Yeah, I told you, wooden heaters don't work. They catch fire.
Or plate boundaries. It could
How's it
just
going?
be where tectonic plates collide and where they're moving against each other. The same thing that causes volcanoes, seems to cause volcanoes and earthquakes, could also be causing the tides. And the third speculation is not my speculation, but it's the speculation that everybody accepts, and that's that the moon is causing.
Isn't he half right with that statement about the tides with the moon affecting the planet for the tectonic plate shifting to gravitational forces causing lava and volcanoes? Isn't there some
Yeah,
link
I mean,
there?
but from what I understand, it's the moon and the sun. You know, because the moon gets pulled by the sun as well, and you know, it's kind of like a dance between that creates the tides. But you know, I think there could be a rise. There could be a rise of water areas if tectonic plates shift, but it probably wouldn't be you know, a constant thing. It might go up or down, or it might go up and then shift, and then you won't really notice it because it doesn't move again. So, but it's not sea life creating the tides. It's definitely not that.
The tides. And for everybody, for this to be the consensus, the scientific consensus is extremely embarrassing.
Whoa, geez,
It
we're
is
spinning
extremely
fast.
embarrassing to me that this is the best that science can give us. And this is a model of what the tides would look like if it was the moon. And this is on YouTube as, in fact, what the tides do. But this is nothing like what I've shown you
It's
in
so
this
wrong.
presentation. This is pure fantasy.
Okay. Didn't we talk about Henry Bessemer the other day, Terry?
Yeah, well, that's why I thought Gravity tried to confuse us. His question was to do with that.
The engines or whatever, right?
No, the process for
sorry, the process for
process for something. Yeah,
for the
yeah,
taking the carbon out of production.
yeah, with the oxygen and everything.
Yeah. He's the one who said the foolproof method that then caused heaps of people to destroy their laboratories because they didn't have pure materials.
Yeah, there was impurities also in the making of the process too, so they had to get rid of them too. With using carbon in its pure form didn't work, so they had to reduce that by using coke, not coal.
Yes. That's cool. But the idea of the moon pulling on the waters and creating a bulge on one side is what those maps are showing. And he's treating it like the water's circling. Especially when he's in New Zealand. That's not what we witness. You know what I mean? And if you add all the water Instead of just highlighting where the high points are, you'd understand it.
I hope you're quick enough, Renee and me, to get my Discord link out in the peanut gallery, because I don't leave it out there. Yep, you got it. And I'll fix you up with a few things, so that way you're not... where is it? You'll need that, and you need that. And you need... that on the road. There we go. And I can't fix you up for anything else in case, unless you go into voice, I can sort you out there. There we go. Okay.
Well, that didn't explain a flat Earth tide. Let me use the globe model, because it works. It's on a globe, but it helps to explain. He says. It's like, oh. It's madness.
Uh oh.
No, he's delusional.
We got the Amazon factory boss here.
Anybody want any slippers?
Put your order in now. No, I want some books. I want some books. I want the
Oh God,
the
no.
biggest book you got on the top shelf.
What the bloody hell did I just wake up to? What was that tidal nodes nonsense?
That was. Listen, look. Isn't it plausible that the Kraken is causing the tides? Come on.
You sort of wake up and you think, oh, is that the time? Well, I suppose I'm awake. I'll just have a quick look, because it's 7:15 in the morning, and we have now got some colour in the sky, so the sun is about to come up, and I sort of look at it, tidal nodes. Shall I just go back to sleep?
But the fact he's even got it, like he's like, okay, he's like. He's got his, least likely to likely. He's like, okay, sea life. I like the Kraken, he says. Then he moves to plate tectonics that must be shifting all the time, constantly.
I'm sure I told you
And that would
last
be-
week, don't forget Monday I might be live, but I don't know what time in the afternoon for your morning. For our after show, before show, pre-show time thing.
Yeah. You did. It's just fortunate that I'm now used to waking up at 6:30 in the morning. So I
Yes,
did.
for work.
Woke up and, for work, yeah. Leaned over, grabbed my phone, and thought, "Oh yeah, Terry's live." And what the chuff nuts is all this about?
Yeah, good for. Okay, so if I go live at 4 o'clock my time, okay, that's 3/4 an hour ago for me.
Yeah, well, by rights, and I see. Casual Spaceman is doing what I was doing. He he did say I'm not getting out of my warm bed. Well, I just had to boost the heating because I did get out of my warm bed and the house was cold.
He doesn't have to get out of bed. Haven't you got a phone?
Oh, I can't be doing all this on the phone. No.
I'm gonna have to learn how to do it on a phone, just so I can tell you how easy it is.
Yeah.
Because if I can do it,
yeah, but I prefer sitting here at my PC, and it is only the bedroom next to my bedroom. So
okay. Yeah, but the sun come in your window in your PC room of a morning or afternoon?
Oh no, in the morning, but the sun isn't even up yet.
Oh, you haven't got any sun. Oh, okay.
The clouds are building up. That's a shame. I really don't want it to rain that much.
I'm waiting to hear casual excuse besides I'm still in bed, it's freezing cold, and it's still dark.
Yeah.
Oh, jeez.
But he's over here as well.
He's such a big girl, isn't he? You got your slippers and your nightie and your dressing gown and your teddy bear.
No, if you have to get up, you just put a robe on so you don't completely feel like you've got up. You're like, I'm still kind
Exactly.
of.
Do you know, that's exactly what I've done. I've slung my dressing gown on. I went downstairs, put the kettle on, made a cup of tea, and I'm sat back up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And by the
Yeah.
time you get upstairs, you're awake.
Yeah, sort of.
Yeah, sort of.
Sort of.
Sort of. Well, we don't catch you very much these days, farmers, because you're such a busy person running that factory all by yourself.
Oh God! Do you know? It feels it sometimes when it keeps sending you between floors, and you think, "Am I the only person doing this?" You know.
Well, don't you run into anyone else on your trip?
Oh yeah, quite often actually.
Oh, sorry.
They've been taking on more and more people because, of course, it's now going to be the build up to Christmas. And,
Well, that'd be your suggestion, because you'd have people running around where you're running around, and you go, look, I'm going to be running up the stairs, and they're going to be running down the stairs. We can't have that, because that's going to interfere with our time scheduling for the picking of these products off the shelf, and, you know, time is money. So
the problem is that for this particular building and this bunch of people, this is all new. They're used to having racking and people running around in little forklifts and things selecting stuff. Well, now we've now got four floors of bins and storage and people pushing these trolleys around, and it's all new to them, and they basically haven't got a clue what they're doing, and the software hasn't been adapted. It still thinks that we're going around racking in little forklifts. And it's a learning curve for them all, and they basically couldn't organise a piss up in the brewery. So it's all fun and games.
And it's not your job to help them out.
Well, it's not, but you keep trying to tell them things, and because these people have been working in this industry for a lot of years, they think they know better. But they're also the people who aren't pushing trolleys around selecting stuff, which is why all the books are going in the bins up high, when that's the last place you put the heavy stuff. You know, they haven't actually got any experience of what we're doing. So
Reminds me of
I think
when
one
I
or two of
worked in
them
the
are starting
warehouse.
to listen to us, but the big higher up ones that actually make the decisions, no, I don't think they are. I think they know better.
You're talking about the ones that only work off statistics and math and go, yep, this works, and then they say, no, they don't realise practically how it doesn't work.
Yeah.
Correct.
There's space over there. Let's put it there. Yeah.
Well,
I used to work in the warehouse, and it was a phone warehouse, a cell phone warehouse, and I was walking around trying to find. I was a picker, and I was looking for the phones, and I saw them come in, so I knew they were there. There were about 500 that said on the gun. There was about 500 something there, and I walk up the aisle, and I'm looking, and it says it's meant to just be there, right on the floor, and I was like, I'm sure I saw it just before. So I'm walking around, and I just catch out the corner of my eye this pallet jack going around, and I see one of the pickers. He's dragging this new crate of phones behind him on a pallet jack because he's had to pick it so many times. He's just walking around with it, and it's like, oh, well, it's all right if you need it, right? The bloody thing on the move the whole time. It was very funny, very funny.
I got asked a few questions yesterday by one of the supervisors, and at the time I thought it was a bit odd, but I think I've realised why. Because she asked me, what do you do if something's missing? And I said, well, I report it on the scanner as a missing item. And she said, is it actually missing? I said, well, yeah, because the number of times I've had to empty these bins, literally, I mean, the ones that are practically on the floor, they tend to be quite large, and they use them as a dumping ground. And you can have a bin that's got clothes, Wellington boots, toys, car parts, and I've seen all of these in one bin, and they're absolutely crammed full. And what you're looking for is a tiny little item that's buried at the bottom, so you have to empty the whole lot out to look for it. And when you've emptied this cardboard box out completely and it's not there, then it's missing. And I think yesterday morning I'd got sent to the same bin 3 times to look for a pair of shirts, I think they were. And they weren't there. They were missing. And I reported them missing 3 times because they were missing. But it kept sending me back to the same bin to look for something that wasn't bloody there. I think that's why she asked, what do you do when something's missing? Well, I report it as missing because it ain't there. What a bizarre question, but I think that's what it was. And the system just wouldn't accept the fact that it thought a pair of shirts were there and they weren't. Yeah, computers say no.
When I worked in the vanity bathroom manufacturing thing, the way they did it was completely arse up to me, where they seem to have got the orders in the morning to make the product. The blokes are down on the tables making the product from early morning, and then by afternoon it was like a mad rush to get the items on the pallets, wrapped in the boxes, and onto the truck to go out. It was so arse up to me the way they did it, because in the morning everything's slow. You're plodding along waiting for the products to get made, things like that. It's getting sprayed and everything, and you're walking around just cleaning up whatever. Oh, the odd one might start coming through, the quicker ones that have got built, pretty quick, basic ones. You wrap them up and put them on, get the pallet ready and put them on the pallet. But then after lunch, about 3 o'clock, it's like as if a burglar or a fire alarm went off, and you have to scramble around getting the rest of these ones on the pallet because the truck's going to be here.
Yeah, we have that in the afternoon as well. They have I think they call it CPT. I can't remember what it stands for now, but it's basically there'll be a whole load of orders that are being sent out via Royal Mail instead of the Amazon delivery trucks and vans and what have you. So there's a mad rush to make sure that these orders are all picked and sent down to the floor where they're going to pack them, put them through the system, and be ready to go on the Royal... I think it is a Royal Mail lorry that turns up and picks it all up. But that's all got to be done by, I think, 5 o'clock. So come about 3 o'clock, 3:30, you'll get a message from your scanner like every 10 minutes, please bring your totes in, because there's each floor has like a central area in front of the lifts, and that's where you dump your carts off that have got the plastic bins that we fill up are called totes, and it's basically drop your totes off, because it's like quick, come on, hurry, we've got to get this lot processed before they're ready for the Royal Mail van or lorry when it turns up at sort of 5 o'clock. But what I have noticed is you go round and you'll go to look for an item, and you'll have a bin that's full of all sorts of random junk. I mean, your item is sat on the top, and I know full well that it's been placed there within a few hours because it's already been ordered. So it's been ordered. Somebody's gone round and put it in the bin, and then I come along and take it back out again, and it goes to get packed and sent away. And it's like, well, if you know it's going out, why did you either bother putting it in the bin in the first place? Why have you brought it all the way up here to hide it away for me to come and find it and take it back out again? And you can see it's even sometimes when it's one of the higher bins that you need one of the sets of step ladders for, the step ladder's still there, because most of the lazy buggers don't put them back where they're supposed to go. And you come along and you think, oh, I need bin G136, so that's one of the top ones that you need a set of steps to go to. And you look down there and there's a set of steps and you think, that's in front of 136, isn't it? Oh yes, there it is. And you just look up and the very last item in is the one that you're looking for. And you think, well, that was a whole process that didn't need to happen. If you know that's been ordered and it's got to go out today, why did you give it to somebody to put it in that bin for me to come along and take it back out again? I mean, this is all new to me, but it just strikes me as completely illogical and a huge waste of time. But what do I know?
I was just bagging Ben saw Bandit out. He DM'd me back and he said, what did he say? He said, I can't join at the moment, I'm driving. And I said, what, driving? You're a wannabe flurfer. Oh, that's right, they can't multitask. So,
Yeah, but they do everything in their cars, don't they? Because then they don't get nagged by their wives and everything
yeah, I
else.
know, that's what I was thinking. I was thinking the same thing. I was thinking, your name's not Cece. Yeah, okay, I should have said that.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, your name's not Cece.
Bless.
Oh, what else we haven't got? We're just random. Random. What's random? What else is random?
Did you find that video, Terry?
Yeah, that's random.
Oh,
Any
excuse
other
me.
vids? Dr. James?
Yes.
Dr. James? Okay, grab Dr.
Donahue.
James.
Yeah, I checked it says reuse allowed.
O'Donoghue. And what's his story, do you know?
It's just
draining
showing
Earth,
you.
oh, draining Earth's ocean, revealing the 2/3 of
Yeah, it's
Earth's
pretty
surface we don't
cool.
get to see. Well, we've also got that other little animation, or not an animation, but the picture of the little droplet of water next to the Earth, of the fresh water and salt water, and
Yeah.
they're so small compared to the Earth, and you think, is that all? Is that all the Earth's water, the surface water? Amazing.
Yeah, I've watched a few videos of what the Earth looks like without water, like actual mapping, and it's just so crazy looking.
Yeah,
it's so crazy looking.
But I think if you did it to scale, and you look at idiots like Dell who pull water over a tennis ball.
Oh, the gravity!
and that's actually not the scale at all. Because if you scaled that up, that would make our oceans, many times deeper than they already are.
No, it would be more water than land.
That's it. I mean, the water that sticks to our Earth is minuscule compared to the Earth itself. Just it covers a large area, but there's, in relation, there's subtle depth to it.
Well, flurfers just don't realise the scale.
Yeah, they can't scale. They have no concept of scale.
They just cannot scale. They say, we look out at the horizon, that's 9 miles away or whatever. But on an Earth this size, like...
Yeah. I know. And the idea, that this idea of the water, it's like the Earth is made of water or something. It's not surface water. Or the fact it's not sitting inside a container. That is the seabed. The seabed could easily act like a cup of water and pressure pushing down. You know what I mean? It's just the scale always gets them.
What's that Star Trek or Star Voyager or one of those shows where they actually come across a water planet? And it was just a water ball in space. That was cool, though.
I don't remember that one.
And that's how it'd work in space. The water would just be a ball.
Well, yes, because the water has mass, and when you get something of that mass, gravity pulls it into the sphere.
Yeah, but there's no gravity in water, is there?
Well, it would still have the same effect. I mean, that's why planets are balls, because when there's sufficient mass, it's attracted to itself, and it forms the most efficient solid. God, I'm struggling. It's too early in the morning. It's. I mean, that's why when you see them doing the experiments on the ISS and they squirt out some water, it immediately forms a ball. There's a reason for that. It's the most efficient shape. It's the most compact and efficient shape.
It's to do with surface tension and stuff like that.
Yeah. But that's why all planets are spheres. It's the same. It's the same thing. But you just have to have enough mass for it to happen in the first place.
Just waiting for the P word, Chiefy.
Yeah, press play, Terry.
Why aren't you getting audio? There's no audio. Oh, so they're reducing the water level down.
Yeah.
And then it's showing us the deepest points. Oh, there you go. Nearly no water left. There you go. We're as dry as a bone.
Still got the Mariana Trench.
Oh, okay. That's there somewhere.
At top right.
Okay, I thought that was a different one than what I was thinking.
Yeah, I thought it was going to do more than that.
There's an actual animation of one.
It was interesting to see at the start. It showed how the UK used to be part of mainland Europe. There you go. You can see the North Sea isn't a sea.
So water level 0 meters. I'll have to slow it down because it goes a bit quick. There you go.
So that.
Oh, that's hard to.
That.
Wow, this touch. That's only at 230 meters. I'm trying to see the difference.
If you look around the UK, it's not an island at all. It's all linked. We were all we were linked to mainland Europe, and that is within. You know, there were people living there, where it's now the North Sea.
You can say the same thing about Tasmania there. Look at that.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm going to go back to the big. I want to get it so I can get it in the couple of 100 meters each time, and we can stop it.
So you can walk to Papua New Guinea if.
There you go. That's a bit
if
slower.
It was 230 meters missing.
Well, look at Indonesia straight away around that area. At 100
walk
meters.
Straight across.
Yeah, I think roughly the 200-meter mark is what they call the continental shelf.
Yeah, there's 200 meters.
And that's at 200 meters. That's pre the end of the ice age when global sea levels suddenly rose, and is probably what gave rise to the all of the flood myths that the older religions have.
Yeah. So already the Bering Strait, you can walk across from there.
Yep. You could walk straight across from Russia to.
Well, that's how they migrate. That's how civilizations migrated from Russia across to.
It'll be crazy. They're the most dangerous water suddenly disappears. It's like, oh, sweet.
Are we able to walk from Tasmania to Australia here down in here by the look of it?
Yep. And we in the UK could have walked to France. We could have walked to Norway. That entire area there, Dogger, that's now become the North Sea. People were happily living there.
Yeah. Well, I have seen on video where there's on YouTube where there's towns off the coast where the shoreline is now that was actually a town that's actually covered in water. That's gone. That's off.
Yes, it got eroded away. That entire what we now call the North Sea between the UK and say Norway. Fishermen, trawlermen now, their nets will bring up stone tools, all sorts of things, because people were living there. Only a few thousand years ago, really.
Yeah, they were. Yeah, it's only a few thousand years ago.
Yep. And then the sea levels suddenly started to rise.
No, we can't quite walk across to Indonesia yet. Oh, you nearly can walk across there yet?
Nearly.
Nearly. Yeah, I'm just waiting for this gap here. New Zealand's just on their own at the moment.
Yeah.
Can't walk from New Guinea across there yet. Alright, we're getting to 1,000 meters. Alright, 1,000 meters. That's a lot. 1,000 meters, wow.
Yeah, think of how deep some of these oceans are. It's crazy.
Yeah, that's 1,000 meters already. We've still got the Mediterranean in there. That's still full. That's a land
That's-
bridge
And that's the
across.
thing.
That's
the-
about as deep as most modern submarines go, give or take a bit, 1,000 meters.
So you could
Yeah,
take a
and that's the
shortcut
thing.
across there. That's
Look at
Gibraltar.
that
Is
land
that
that
Gibraltar?
appeared.
Straits of Gibraltar or somewhere there, or up the top there
Yep.
near Africa?
That's it. Between that you've got the top of Africa and that lump that's Spain sticking down.
Yeah.
It's at some point the Mediterranean will just fill in because there was a bridge, and the Mediterranean Sea was just an empty basin. There was no
Right,
water there at all,
I'll
and
cut-
then
I'll
that
go
sort
to
of
1,500 meters. Well, I think we're able to just slowly be able to walk across here somewhere near the top of Australia there. Across from
Yeah,
there.
if
New
you can't, you're
Zealand,
bloody close.
not quite there. What's the name of that place over there next to Africa?
That's a Sri Lanka, isn't it?
Madagascar.
Madagascar.
Yeah. Okay. And we're able to walk around that way through Cuba and there yet or not? I don't know. And that's it. That's only at 1,500 meters. Alright, we'll go to 2,000 meters. Alright, 2,000 meters. Ah, sorry, New Zealand still can't quite make it. I don't think. I think they're
Don't
going to
look
get
like
wet. Madagascar's still not even joining yet.
Oh, they can jump.
Okay. 2.5. Oh, 2.5. Okay. So we've completely lost a lot of areas. We've still got some ocean depth up in the Mediterranean area.
You've now got the Mid-Atlantic Bridge has appeared. That's it, up there.
Yeah.
That's usually not a concern to anybody crossing the Atlantic, but now that we're 2.5 kilometers down,
I can't see what's going on. Like they've got the map this way. I'd like to have seen it split with Australia and at the Pacific Ocean over here. It's hard to get the
Yeah,
join between the two.
yeah,
on
it's
this
always
side.
split that way, isn't it?
Yeah. It's usually split the other way, I thought. With Africa over here and America over
No,
this side.
well,
Depends if
they
Australia's
tend
in
to
the
split
middle.
it like this because it puts the our good old GMT line right down the middle of the map, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's true.
You know, the 0 degree line is right down the middle of the map then.
Can you see
So
a
you can
gap
blame
there,
us.
Sheepy? I don't know if you can get across to Australia yet. That's a 2.5. That's 2.5. Okay, we'll go to 3. Oh. Right, 3,000 meters. Wow, look at all the land that's appearing.
Yeah.
I'm sure Sheepy can get across there. I can't tell if there's a gap there or not. Seems to be a gap just in that area.
We'll take a running jump. We'll
Yeah.
take a go.
I'll
Yeah,
meet you.
jump aboard.
I'll meet you on one side, Sheepy. But you can
Quad
see
bike
these
jump.
ridge.
What
You
do
can
you
see these ridge lines appearing like through there.
Sit.
Yeah, as if it's like little sand bars.
Yeah.
type thing.
Okay.
Well, not
what do we
little,
got?
vast, massive. Huge,
Okay, 3.
huge
I
sandbar.
think we'll skip 3.5. We'll go to 4.
Well, at least at this point, my people could go back over to Russia from Alaska.
Go back to
Oh,
where they came from.
You could have done that quite a while ago, actually. That land
Whoa.
was there fairly
Right, so that's
recently.
4,000 meters or 4,000
Far
meters.
out.
Now, can we make it everywhere? We still have to go around the top to make it.
It would be like looking at big ponds.
Yeah, you've got to go round the top to get from Europe to
yeah,
North.
still got to go there. Looks like you'll make it now, Sheepy, but you'll have to come in at North Queensland. Sorry.
Oh no, shit! All those deadly animals are coming across now to New Zealand.
You're going to get some
But look-
snakes
Look right at
and
the top.
crocodile.
Look right at the top at the North Pole. It's still wet. That shows you just how deep the ocean is.
Well, this
under the
section
North Pole.
here in that area.
Yep, yeah. If you look directly above the UK, because that is 0 degrees, you look above the UK, right at the top. That's where the North Pole is. It's still water.
Wow.
Right? The North Pole is very, very deep. You've got a few meters of ice, and then it's just all the way down.
Oh, well, you're still deep
There's
off
just
here.
nothing
You're still
there.
deep out in here. You're still deep there.
Yep.
Down below Australia.
That
here's
really
deep.
looks that looks like when I'm in Alaska flying out over the villages and you're looking out at the land. That's almost what the land looks like. There's bits of land here and there, and then just water, ponds, and rivers all over the place.
Yeah.
That's 4.5. Where's the Marianas Trench? Isn't that between us and out there in the Pacific somewhere? I can't.
Yeah, that's sort of
Is it
that's
over
in
this?
that.
Is it
sort
on the left side here somewhere?
I think no. I think it's on the right hand side. That it's somewhere up in that black lump. I think.
Here.
Oh, what's the matter?
Meow.
Go back to bed.
Meow.
I'm the silly one who got up. You didn't have to.
Meow.
Oh dear. Okay.
Alright, now we're at 5,000 metres. Shit, we've still got a bit of a wet patch below Australia.
Yeah, you've got a really deep bit off there, haven't you?
Yeah, just out there.
The north has gone completely. At 5,000 meters.
Out over here.
Look at the
there's
North
a
Pole.
Oh, yeah,
that,
the North
that's
Pole
gone.
is now
Yeah,
dry.
but when did that went between 4 and 5.
Another 1,000 meters. Yeah.
Yeah, sounds about right.
Now it's just like really deadly pools of deep ocean still. Yeah. You fell in any of those little lake-looking things in 500 meters, you're toast.
I'll go to 6.
Wow.
Alright, that's 6,000 metres. Still got a spot there.
Oh yeah.
Can't tell.
That's a good fishing hole there.
Yeah, but at that point, wouldn't the water be like extremely salty in those areas where it's condensed?
Yeah, it would be an acquired taste, but you might get used to it.
Well, we do have saltfish up here in Alaska that you have to soak in ice cold water for like 3 days before you can even try eating it.
Oh, really?
It's a delicacy.
What do? Do they just kind of absorb the salt, or do they like? Well, how does it?
That'd
How
be
does
like
that work?
eating
Yeah,
anchovies when you dry
I'm
them
not
out.
really sure on that one. My mom and grandma would get it a lot, and you would literally have to put it in a 5-gallon bucket of ice water and let it soak for 3 days before you could eat it safely.
Well, I guess it saves on seasoning. You don't have to.
Yeah, I
add
was just gonna say you
Yeah,
don't
I'm
need to
just
add
going to
any
say, if
salt.
you smoked it, wouldn't it be like anchovies?
Well, we do have a lot of dry fish, and so it's like fish jerky, and they do that throughout most of the summer.
Have you been crabbing in Alaska?
No, I haven't. I'm not that brave. The ocean scares me.
Yeah, well, it's a pretty deadly ocean, isn't it?
That's
The
one of
Bering
my
Sea.
favourite shows. That Deadliest Catch.
Oh, I love it. I
Watching
love
those
it.
mad buggers go out and catching all of those crabs. I mean, bloody hell. I mean, I get
Some of
seasick
the-
at the
yeah.
best of times. I'd be completely useless.
We were the whole boat's like up in the air. Whoosh, like, oh, yeah, 108-foot plus boat just throwing around
And
like
then
it's
every now and
nothing.
then the captain would just go, "Watch out!" And the entire front end of the boat just disappears under a 40-foot wave,
Yeah.
and all they can do is just hang on and hope.
Yeah.
You know, oh no,
It's like
not a
thousands
bloody
of
chance.
thousands of
Does
liters
the
coming
captain
over the
does the
bow.
captain yell out, "We're going to need a bigger boat"?
I've never heard any of them say that yet.
But I love the way the captain is just like, hold on, and he's
Hold
like
on.
sitting there with his coffee, and he's just all warm and everything with the heater on.
That's it.
You know, it's just-
But what gets me is you're watching all this and you think spare a thought for the poor buggers who are filming it, because a lot
Yeah.
of these boats are accompanied by another ex fishing boat that's doing the filming, and you see these guys working on deck and they're pulling these cages up and emptying them out, being thrown about all over the place, and then sometimes you'll catch a glimpse of the poor sod who's standing there with a camera on his shoulder trying to stay upright, filming it all.
yeah, yeah,
Bollocks to
exactly.
that.
He's still out there in that blistering cold.
That's
you
it.
know, filming them. Yeah.
Yeah, there's one up in the cabin with the captain. He's all right because he's warm and dry. He's filming from there. There's the other poor sod who's down on the deck with all the workers filming it, getting drenched, freezing cold.
Yeah.
Oh, no, I mean,
And having to watch out for the camera because you know it costs a bunch of money to have that.
Yep.
Yeah.
I mean, you did see the series they've shown over here a few months back. They actually most of their pumps broke down, and I think they borrowed one off the camera ship that was following them. So you actually got to see it's one of their trawlers that it's modified and it's got camera on the boom and everything, you know, and it's just there to film them. And of course, you never get to see it, but you got to see sort of the whole setup. So not only have you got a ship going out there catching crab, you've got another ship along with it going through exactly the same conditions just to film them.
Stewie, check out Strangford Low tidal turbine. I made some posts for it.
That'll be the Irish equivalent of a loch, which is the Scottish equivalent of a lake.
Yeah, we need interpretations here.
Well, it's like the famous Loch Ness. In Scottish, loch is their word for lake.
Yeah.
And the Irish, I'm not quite sure how you pronounce loch, but that is exactly the same thing. It's their word for lake.
Okay. Yeah, well, they don't know how to speak English very well. Those
not like what we does.
Yeah, not what we does. Yeah.
But yeah, that's when you see sort of Loch Ness, that's Lake Ness. That's what it means.
But what gets me with the I'm just changing subjects randomly. What gets me with the English language is I'll have conversations with Alan with certain English words, but yet we're a colonised country that grabbed a lot of words from England, but yet we ended up saying them different. That's what I can't work out. How did we end up saying words different if we're a colonised country that took our language from England in the first place? It's a weird one, that one.
Well, I think probably it's something to do with isolation. You know, you've got a bunch of people sort of stranded, as it were, dumped in this sort of continent island several hundred years ago, and I think your language has developed somewhat in isolation from the rest of what was the English speaking world that was some distance away. And it's like a regional accent. Things just develop over time anyway. I mean, look how many accents we've got just in the UK, which is, in comparison to somewhere like the USA, such a ridiculously small country. And yet I hate to think how many accents we've got over here, and different words for the same thing and different way of saying things. and given the fact that English is just like a bastardized amalgamation of every other bloody language anyway.
You're
Yeah,
right, Dean.
but
Dean's out there, out in the peanut gallery.
Oh.
He says, like the Americans, you became more wrong over time.
Well,
I was going to give you a spanner then, Dean, too, till you said that. Now I'm going to have to wait.
Actually, some of the stuff that the Americans use is what we used to use, and we've been influenced by other countries since. I mean, we call
I
the
get
season.
you. They kept it, but
They kept it and we didn't. They call what we call autumn, they call fall. Now, we used to call it fall as well, but we got influenced by the French, and that's how we ended up calling it autumn. Fall, to me, is a more logical name for that season, because that's like when all the leaves fall off the trees.
Yeah, but that's a verb, isn't it? Because it's a fall's a verb.
Yeah, but they don't. The Americans call it fall, and we used to.
But then autumn came from the French, word.
If I remember rightly, I think that the autumn came from the French.
But they must have used that. We'll have to look at the meaning of the word autumn then in French to see what it actually means. It might mean fall.
Yeah, it quite possibly could. Hang on, let's have a look. But that's right. The French automne from the 13th century comes from the Latin autumnus. So there you go.
That doesn't help.
But we used to call it fall. I'm fairly certain. Fall before the it was at the Pilgrims or whatever went over.
Right, now the argument I had, or the argument conversation, I call them conversations. I don't like the word argument. He was saying about driving around or walking around, and he said we take this route, this pathway, or like this route.
Yep.
And I said, how do you spell that? R-O-U-T-E. Right, that's route. And I said, what do you use for your computer, the modem thing? Oh, that's a router. And I said, yeah, well, how do you spell that? R-O-U-T-E-R. Well, I said, that's just route with an R on the end of it, isn't it? So it's router, it's route. He's got me saying it now. It's route and router, because we say it's a router and a route. But then he said, no, it's a router. And I said, yeah, but it's spelt the same as route. Oh, it's had me confused, that one.
Now, we tend to pronounce that route, not route.
Well, he said route. He did say route as in like walking around, following a track. Alan did say route.
Oh,
so
right.
I don't know. So his English must be different in different parts of England then for that.
Or maybe he's just been influenced by
okay,
other people saying it that way. I don't know. I mean, I'd look at that word and just say route.
Yeah, but router is R-O-U.
Exactly the same
but
way
route is spelled double O, as in the pronunciation.
Yeah,
you got a U in there. That's what changes it. Oh, the US.
It's almost like here in America when you would go to different parts of the country and somebody would say, "Oh, that's a creek over there," and then you go to a couple 100 miles up or so, and all of a sudden it becomes a creek. It's like, okay,
it is a creek. It's still a creek. That's a creek.
Or a crick.
Oh, crick.
Right.
That's C-R-I-C-K. That's crick.
Right. The word route, or as you pronounce it, route, comes from the Old French route, spelled R-U-T-E.
Okay.
And there's only one way you could pronounce that. You can't pronounce it route. It has to be route.
Oh.
So that's where that word comes from. That's the early 13th century, apparently. Which
Clive's saying, we say route, not route. Okay.
Yeah. That's how we generally pronounce it over here. It's route. You take a route.
So the thing that goes on the bottom of a tree into the ground is a route.
That's a route. No, that's route.
But it's spelt different.
Yeah. Well,
Okay.
it's the same as there. There's three
Oh
different
yeah,
ways
over
of spelling
there.
there.
Yeah.
There, there,
Or
and there.
here, or here, or here.
I got a power router. I don't have a power router.
Yeah. See, there you go. I should have brought that one up too. Yeah, the router. Yeah, routers, Router, router.
Well, you see, this is the great thing about the English language. It's all based on so many other languages, and those words are based 90% of the time. They all seem to come from Latin. A lot of most of the words we use are based in Latin.
Bloody
but
crikey!
I think that's also why.
Bloody crikey! That's slang. So we're not talking about slang. Point and laugh.
Yes, something
sure
else. It does mean that as well. What you do in the back of the ute?
Yeah.
Rooting in the back of the ute.
No, back of a panel van for us. That's a panel van.
Well, I'm quoting Kevin Bloody Wilson, of course. Rooting in the back of the ute.
I don't know if I'd try
Not
that.
sure.
The panel van's probably more comfortable.
Well, I don't know. I mean, a bed's more comfortable. Let's be honest.
Oh, and lorry. Yeah, where did lorry come from? It sounds so camp. The word lorry.
Hang on a minute.
Like we say truck. It's a truck.
Yeah.
Well, it first came into use over here in 1838 from the railways, probably from the verb lorry, which means to pull or tug, which dates from the 1500s.
Oh, so you're so behind the times. See, I thought you said you were evolved with your language, but you kept a word that's... Okay.
Hey, you ought to look at how we used to pronounce things in Old English. I mean, if you could go back in time, if you went back in time to England in, say, the 12th, 13th century, you would not be able to speak to anybody. You wouldn't understand.
Well, I do have Paul on the case for that, because that's his media derp stuff. We're looking. I'll see if we can get him to do that, because that's one of the categories that we'll do for that. Is the old words that we don't use anymore.
Yeah. I mean, to be honest, if you went back in time to, say, the 1500s, you'd still probably struggle to hold a conversation with somebody, because our language has changed so much.
Dean saying prime mover. Who uses prime mover the most? I don't know. Prime mover.
I thought that. I thought that was a song.
Yeah. We say truck like we say semi. I'm sure we say semi. Like, I don't know what, that's just an abbreviation of semi-trailer.
We would call that an articulated lorry.
Articulated, yeah.
Yeah. They generally just get called artics over here. Well, they certainly used to. Prime mover. Oh, who the bloody hell sung that? Was that Zig Sputnik?
Yeah, I know. I'm trying to think where'd that come from.
Hang on, I'm you. No, sorry. Of course, it was the classic Zodiac Mind Warp.
Jeez.
I just prime mover. I thought that was one of those one-hit wonders. It was by Zodiac Mind Warp. Sorry. Isn't Google brilliant?
What would we do without it? The only thing about Google is, how do we teach? We just cannot teach these flurfers how to use it. I asked somebody the other day I was down on Gem's server the other day, and I said to the guy about stuff that he was asking, and I said, "Do you know how to use Google?" And he says, he didn't say sarcastic, but he said
facetious.
He tried to say facetious, but he couldn't even get that word out properly. Somebody had to correct him on it to say, "Oh, do you mean facetious?" And he goes, "Oh, yeah, that's right." And my follow-up statement was to that. Yes, you know what Google is, but do you know what to put in it to what you want to get out of it? That was the follow-up to it.
That's the trick. It's knowing what question to ask in the first place, or
Yeah.
what. Well, you don't obviously you don't even need to write a proper question. It's just a matter of putting in the right keywords. But it's knowing what the right keywords are in the first place.
I think they start off each sentence what they search for. I'm a flat earther and I'm looking for proof of my narrative. So what is gravity? And then they'll whatever they get, the crap they get.
Well, let's just type in proof of flat Earth.
It's hilarious.
I've tried
watching
that. Sorry, Blue.
Watching Anthony Riley. It's hilarious watching Anthony Riley do it. He'll invariably stick a question mark at the end of it. I don't think
God,
Google
yes.
really gives a shit if you put the question mark there or not.
Yeah. What is something with a question mark? Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I just typed in proof of flat Earth, and the very first thing that comes up is fighting flat Earth theory from Physics World. Physicists will find it shocking, but there are plenty of people around the world who genuinely believe the Earth is flat. Boom. That's out of 143 million results.
Is the word believe underlined because that's the confusion they have with the word belief and believe?
Well, not in the brief summary that comes up in the results, but then you've got how to debate a flat earther, the Flat Earth Lockhaven University, flat Earth theory. Why do some people think the Earth is flat? And all of these, they're not proofs of they're not flat Earth websites or anything at all.
No.
So to go into Google and try and find proof of flat Earth.
But their citations are really astound me sometimes. They'll pull up a video of some obscure or even some websites, and if you look into the website, it's a conspiracy website, or the video is just some conspiracy nut. And they go, "Yep, did you see this video? Why?" And you look at the title and you go, "Well."
My favourites are all the citations and documents that Gleam presents, because every single one, when you actually look at it and read it, it's contradicting what he's stating.
Gleam doesn't know what he's reading.
No, he doesn't. He has no comprehension of it. Every single one he presents, when you actually look at it, it's like, oh, hang on, this totally shoots down the point you're making. Have you read this? And what he's done, of course, is he's cherry-picked one little item.
Oh, they're masters at cherry-picking.
Oh, God, yeah.
Masters at that.
Anthony Riley's Fresh Fruit Emporium. That always cracks me up when they do actually give you a link to the document and you go and read it. You think, hang on, you haven't read this, have you?
Yeah, but they say, look at it. Have you looked at it? Have you looked at it? Have you read it? Have you looked at it?
Yeah,
have you? Have you?
You haven't.
Okay then. I seem to have a video here waiting to play. It's a follow-up. I was going to wait till Wednesday, but I suppose I could squeeze it in. Anybody know what this is?
It's a medieval torture device. It's no, hang on a minute. Somebody's having a go at putting together IKEA furniture.
Okay, that's 2 guesses. Your time's up.
Okay, so it's not the Cavendish then.
IKEA furniture.
You've got to have bits left over.
Oh yeah, I got lots of bits left over.
Yeah, but I've got to do me Where's Wally on this.
My guesses.
I can only dream of IKEA furniture being of that quality. Wouldn't that be nice?
Mr. Harris has a new bunch of funny. Yes, Phil, I will follow Phil. I will follow Lindsay on Wednesday. Something found in your mom. See? Look, there you go. I hate that. M-O-M for mum. It's mum. Yeah, M-U-M. Spell properly, Jay.
Something found in your mum's basement. Isn't that out of Police Squad?
Don't know.
I think it is.
Now I've got to do the Where's Wally here and go, where's that yellow pencil? No, I don't know if I can. I'll have to screenshot it, Blue, and check it later. See if I can find it.
I think I hit him
Oh
You got
no.
me paranoid about it. You got me paranoid about it now. So make sure I hide all the pencils before I make any pictures.
Or the Sharpie.
like
You
one of those.
don't forget if I
The
find a pen.
Sharpie doesn't count. The Sharpie
Okay, the
doesn't
Sharpie doesn't count.
pencil.
Fair enough. The yellow pencil does.
Like one of those computer games where you have to try and figure out what the killer is, and this is what's going to kill the flat Earth, hopefully.
Well,
Be nice to think so, but
90%
Don't
this
be
is not
silly.
really. 90% this is not really about the flat Earth. This is 90% more of just doing something that's needs doing and that's exciting to do and it's interesting. The other bit, yeah, there might be a percentage there somewhere for the flurfers. We can't give them too much.
Flat Earth will put hands over their eyes and fingers in their ears and say, "No, didn't see nothing."
Well, the very first time I mentioned this in a flat Earth conversation, is it in a vacuum? And I went, you've got to be kidding. Did Cavendish do it in a vacuum?
no. Why would you need to do it in a vacuum?
Yeah.
I mean, it's just shows their stupidity in the first place. Or is it done in a vacuum? Why? Why do you want it done in the vacuum? What difference do you think that's going to make?
Oh. What's that P word, Blue?
Oh, play. After months of work, the pieces finally all come together for the first time. So now we can have a much better idea of what this thing looks like. And I'm pretty happy with the outcome to this point. The big frame, the big outer frame is actually oriented, it's 90 degrees out of whack right now. It's got to turn 90 degrees. But I didn't feel like messing with that just for the purpose of sticking everything in here to make sure it's all going to fit. But now you can see the table that was needed to support the actual enclosure, the experiment itself. And it needed to be a quite heavy sort of structure to dampen out any vibration or anything coming through this concrete, although there really shouldn't be any. This is a 4-inch concrete slab right over dirt, so I don't think we're going to see very much seismic activity. In fact, I'll take my telephone accelerometer and lay it down on that table after a while and get a reading on it and just see if anything seems to bother it, but I don't think it will. So you can see a little bit more about the design now. Let's see if I can zoom in here just a little bit. There you can see how it's supported. Those dowels are not glued in place yet. That's what I'm about to do. I just check it. I was checking it first to make sure everything's okay and getting those little thumb screws in an approximate position. So now I'll set it off, take the dowels out, put some glue in the holes, stick them back in, put the experiment back up on it, get everything centered up and let it sit for a day. And we ought to be in really good shape. So, the next thing that has to be done is now I need to just do a light final sanding on everything. I've got to arrange a stop block up at the top to limit the rotation of the lead weights, and I still have to cut and thread the hanger rods for those weights. So that'll be getting done over the next couple of days. And maybe we'll have this thing wrapped up by the end of the week, but everything's gone slower than I thought it would, so that may that might get behind too. Anyway, that's where we're at, guys. We're building a Cavendish.
There you go.
That looks really impressive.
Yeah.
Yeah, just raw video.
No, that's
turn the camera.
Any video is better than nothing, Blue.
Yeah.
Yep.
No, that's looking really good. Morning, Alan.
Morning, gentlemen.
Alan.
Evening, gentlemen.
Alan.
Hello, Alan. No.
Alan.
Steve.
That's the one.
You're fresh, Alan?
Yeah, I'm fresh.
You're fresh?
Although don't forget, I've got to get the 10 o'clock bus to go get my eyes looked at by the eye doctor.
That's what I was wondering. Yeah, you got to go and do that today.
Got to go to Specsavers.
Specsavers, yeah. The old Specsavers ad.
Where else am I going to go?
All I care about is what the weather's like at approximately 4:45 this afternoon.
Oh, something good happening?
Why?
I'm taking the motorbike for an MOT, so I suspect that approximately 3:30, like we've had the last few days, the skies will open up again.
Well, I can give it an MOT for you now, in case you miss anything. I can do that.
I'm sure it'll be fine. It's just the weather we've had the last few days, it has been absolutely tipping it down. We've been getting floods and all sorts of things. And you sort of look at it, you think, oh, please don't be like that on Monday.
You want it to be dry.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
It would be nice.
Now, is there anything I should be worried about on the motorbike for the MOT? Because I'll go through it on a fine-tooth comb like a blue slip, or do I have to do it as a pink slip? There's the difference.
I don't know. We don't do it quite like that over here. No, it'll be fine. Everything's good. All the bearings are good. You know, I mean, it sails through its MOT every year anyway.
So no oil leaks. The brakes are good. All the lights, all the lenses on the blinkers and everything are not cracked.
Correct. Everything's as it should be. So I'd be very surprised if he finds anything wrong. He makes comments every year that the both wheels rims have got slight little dings in them, but it's everything's fine. The tyres are still the right shape, and to be honest, if I when I get the money, I will get the wheels completely rebuilt, because they are the good old fashioned sort of rims and spokes, proper wire spokes. But
is this the bike you had some parts sitting on a bench to put on?
That's it. That's the Dominator. Yeah.
Yeah. I knew you'd get this thing sorted out by the end of the year.
Well, it's the one I've been riding all this time. That's why I haven't got around to doing the clutch yet, because I just keep using it instead. only not this week, because it has been really rather wet.
And he won't pick you up on that?
Pick me up on what?
On the clutching he's doing?
No. You'd only notice that the clutch is slipping after you've been riding it for about 30 or 40 miles and everything's got nice and hot. Then when you wring its neck in fourth or fifth gear, the clutch slips. That's why I haven't got around to changing it yet, because it's not critical. I can still use the bike. So
when it's dry and it doesn't heat up.
Yeah. Well, look, I am an unashamed fair weather biker. If it's cold, wet, and miserable, I've got a perfectly good car.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know.
I used to have to commute in the winter on the bike. It was kin horrible some days.
I did it once when I was 16 on my little Honda MB5. I had to go to work through one winter, and I said never again, and I've stuck to it. It's just my Mondeo has air conditioning and heated seats. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Trouble was that after I got the motorbike, I got to. It was like, leave home at Sundays 9 o'clock and still be at the park, or leave home at 6:45 every morning so I could get a parking space.
Yeah.
If I took the car.
Yeah.
Oh, I'll take the bloody bike anyway.
Yeah.
Just so I can park.
Oh, excuse me. Oh.
You're excused.
I can see me nodding off later on.
Yeah.
I did that yesterday.
I do have a PhD Tony Introduction to Atmospheric Physics. I'd like to get Tony on here, probably for Wednesday night, to play that.
Oh, what's that, Tony Pratt?
No, Tony, PhD Tony.
Yeah. Yeah, Tony Pratt. Come on, you've seen him doing his Daniel Pratt impersonation. He is Tony Pratt.
Yeah, but where's the water heater?
Oh, you have to have that as a green screen effect behind you.
Okay.
No, he sold the water heater to get the books that are behind him now, so he looks smart.
Ah, yes.
I've got a Where's Wally that I could play. Sleeping Warrior. What the fructose is wrong.
Oh, yes.
Wrong with you.
That's not.
I do have that. I'll grab that. Well, I didn't say press play.
Ping. The back go ping.
Shut up. I don't know where Wally went. He was baking cakes or something there earlier.
Oh, was he in?
Yeah, in the Peanuts he was there earlier.
All right.
Jay, Discord me a Zoom invite and I'll join you later. Haven't you got the key to the special place, Jay? I'm sure you have. Don't make me look, Jay.
Oh dear.
Don't make me look.
I have to admit that at the moment my two favourite video makers probably have to be Where's Wally and Everett. What's his name?
Everett. Yeah, I haven't got a recent
Everett Anderson. That's it.
No,
but I do enjoy Where's Wally.
I haven't got a recent Everett.
He's doing an absolutely brilliant run at the moment, I think.
Well, they're sub to me, so that they get first credit. They get special preference to videos. Those guys.
Oh yeah. And rightly so, I think. I mean, the both of them at the moment are doing some brilliant stuff. But there is still so much good material for them to work with, unfortunately.
Did you know I've lost about 3 or 4 subs in the last couple of weeks?
Really?
Yeah, I don't know what happened. I don't know why. It's weird, though.
Well, I thought everybody knew that you were now back.
Yeah, I know. And I thought, why would I be going down? I thought I'd like to get 500 subs eventually.
Just looking now, I want to know who the 5 people are who've given you a downvote.
Oh, that's not good.
You've got 22 thumbs up and 5 down. Disgraceful.
Well, I do get Nathan Oakley. It has watched my shows. I know that. I do know that. And I know Chemo's watched as well. Maybe a few of the flurfers out there that are, and we do get the trolls too that are not welcome in the peanut gallery anymore. So it might be one of the 2 of them.
Yeah, I suppose. Yeah.
You had Shield versus Shields there the other week.
Oh, that thing.
Yeah. I'm looking in the Discord to find out what's the story with Jay. What is he called? The Courier. A, B, C, D. Where are you? You're not even online in here.
I thought you changed his name in Discord.
Oh, people have changed their names? Jeez. Don't change your name, then I can never find you. Alright, there you are. There's the Courier.
I was going to say. He's
still the Courier.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he's the Courier.
Sorry.
He's still the Courier. And roll. Oh, he hasn't got Oz Squad roll. That's probably why.
Well, there you are then.
Yeah, there you
That'd
go.
do it.
Well, you paid your membership fee, Jay? You've got to pay your membership fee. Right here. Yeah, I can see you there, but I gave you just the link He DM'd me, the Wally. Yeah, you got. I just gave you the special key to the special place. Alright, so you're done. Anyone else got a problem? Oh.
Well, I get this pain in my lower back.
Oh, we do have a couple of
Yeah.
newbies around at the moment. We've got Renee and me and who else was there? Wait a minute, I've got to get rid of that screen so I can see what's going on. Minimise.
I can't find them.
Oh, Little Wolf. We've got a Little Wolf. We've got Scott. Scott's been out of touch for a little while. He's just come back. I don't know if he's going to be a regular or not. That's I prefer you to be a regular because then you're regular.
Well, I think we all like being regular.
Yeah, it's much better than being irregular.
Yeah, I'll have some fibre.
That's all it needs. Bit of fibre, keep you regular.
I'm going to say, being irregular, that's one of those things that aids to the pains in your lower back, isn't it?
Yeah, actually, I should have just stuck to the facts. I get pains in my shoulders at the moment. Hoiking those bloody boxes down. Yeah,
Jay's going laugh out loud. Membership fee? What are you unionised now? Unionised. Well, no, we're a democracy, weren't we? I thought we were a democracy.
No, we're an it's an autocracy, Terry. Because remember, Rule 1.
Yeah.
Oh, Rule 1
makes it an autocracy.
Okay.
No, we're an autonomous collective.
Don't start, big nose.
Don't pick your nose. I wasn't picking my nose, I was going to thump him. Oh, dear.
Renee and me is a newbie. Well, a newbie in the Discord and the Zoom, so.
Well, Discord maybe, but Renee and me is, well, you're part of the furniture, mate, you know.
Yeah, I think I'm definitely a newbie to Zoom, considering I just started using it tonight.
Oh, well.
You are a newbie. Well, you figured out your avatar. You're going well. Remember back in the day when I bagged people out that if you didn't have an avatar? Well, I still do. But that's just the thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Was there? What's in the?
I'm glad I found.
Sorry.
I'm just going to say I'm glad I found this channel a few weeks ago when I started popping in, because I watched so many of the different debunker videos and just join in the streams, and I just kind of throw comments down in the chat. So.
And have you looked at my channel for the previous shows that I've done at all?
I haven't had a chance to watch them yet. I'm always watching live streams, and people usually see me in the chat all the time.
Well, I'd like to think myself as a little bit different in that context, and all these other Flight the Flat Earths and Red's Rhetorics, and I don't know, the list goes on of all these other channels that are out there. I'd like to educate people. I'd like to have a little bit of fun. I'd like to let you guys just have a chit chat about anything you want to talk about. We might have a quiz. We might have some media dirt. I'd like to get a fluffer in here that can be reasonable, but that's a bit of a stretch. I haven't even got a list of a list of flurfers that could be reasonable yet. So
what happened the last time we got one in here? Did it go well or not?
Well, I can bring Pete Shea in. I can bring Chemo in. Just for you, Alan. How would you like that?
Terry, would you like me to turn green?
Yeah. Well, I was thinking there is people out there that I know that are a bit more reasonable. Well, I think people, you may disagree or not. I don't mind your opinion either way. Chris Berry.
Oh God.
I've
not heard him in weeks. It's been wonderful.
The thing is that Chris Berry's okay if he's not had a drink and he's not talking about flat Earth.
Okay.
He
well,
can
I
be
won't.
actually quite reasonable then.
Okay. Oh, your favourite, SE, Alan.
Yeah. I remember the last time he came in. Didn't somebody end up banning him from the Discord?
Yes, Alan, somebody did.
Because I listened to what the Peanuts were saying and got bored of him constantly asking the same 3 questions.
Yeah.
And ignoring the same 3 answers.
Do you know what? He's still asking those same questions.
Same questions. That'd be right. Jay, scroll down in Discord, go into the Oz Squad, and there's the special place. You have the key.
There you go.
So don't complain.
That's a better name for me, isn't it?
David Banner.
Yeah, don't make him hungry. You won't like him when he's hungry.
And not a pheasant plucker. I think slide 22 so last year now.
Oh, if I got to change it, okay, hang on then. Well, see, I've come in here so little over the last few weeks.
Yes, because because you've got to manage this Amazon factory. I know it's hard.
Oh, I wish I was managing it, you know.
But you know, you've got the Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, not Wednesday. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, I do Wednesday to Saturday, so.
Terry might take away my wrench. Well, I can take your wrench away, Surf, but you've seen that you've got a spanner that contradicts it, doesn't it? I'm not even allowed on the stream. Why aren't you, Surf? You've got the key, haven't you? Anyone that's in my Discord gets the key to join Zoom. Jay's having problems. I've got no idea what his problem is. I'm the most less educated, knowledgeable person here, but yet I don't struggle with these technological apparatuses, if that's a word for it.
I knew what you meant.
And I'm just a geek from Alaska, and I figured it out.
Oh, okay. Okay, I don't know what that means, but I'll agree with you.
Oh, I just love looking into movies, documentaries, books, things like that. So I'm just a geek, and I'm a little one, so.
Oh, you're a little geek. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't even know if I class myself as a geek. I don't mind science and technology.
Hang on. What
things?
Wasn't Little Geek a drone in the Abyss?
In the Abyss?
What's that?
Little Geek was one of the remotely operated vehicles in the film The Abyss. If I remember rightly.
Oh man, it's been forever since I watched that movie. I do like it though.
Life's Abyss and then you dive. Apparently, quite a few of the crew had that printed up on T-shirts and they wore them on set. Apparently, it was an absolute hellish film to film. None of them really enjoyed it whatsoever. If you read up on it, and yeah, they had that printed up on T-shirts. Life's Abyss and then you dive.
What, you mean a bit like working with Kubrick?
Yeah. They reckoned working with because that's a David Cameron film, isn't it? The Abyss.
Yeah, I think it's one of his earlier ones, isn't it?
Yeah, and they used that to test the CGI that they'd go on to use in Terminator 2.
Oh, we got got a knock at the door.
Oh, somebody finally made it in.
Hey.
Hopefully his audio's okay. Because he's usually in the garage with the bloody phone where he used to live, and now he's moved. So we'll see how things are now. Hey Jay.
Hey buddy, how you doing?
Okay.
Right,
so you settled into that new place now?
Yeah, for the most part. Still kind of getting things situated, getting old stuff tossed in the trash, and getting my garage reclaimed. Thank God.
What do you need space in the garage for? You haven't got anything decent to put in there?
Well, I got a car that's better than yours.
Ooh, shots
Ooh.
fired.
Oh dear, here we go.
I'm gonna get some popcorn. Sit back.
Yeah. Which car do you want to start with, Joe? How many you got?
3.
Yeah, I've got 3. Yeah. What 3 you drive?
I currently drive my truck for the time being.
Okay. Well, I haven't got a truck, so I can't compare you with a truck.
Yeah, you know me. I'm just giving you a hard time, bro.
I know. I'm trying to give you one.
Excuse me. No,
At least I can hear you for a change. Remember back earlier on in the year?
Yeah, no, earlier in the year, my voice was jacked. It's still actually pretty jacked up as it is. I don't know what happened. Could have been COVID. Who knows?
No, it can't be that bad.
No, actually, tonight I'm on my computer for the first time ever chatting with you guys.
Okay, because
every single time I've ever been on a Zoom has been via my phone with you guys.
Yeah, that's right. I have seen you put some stuff out on your computer for that game. That what's that game you play?
Descent.
Descent, yeah. Yeah, I went to go to look at it, and you're supposed to be live, and it said you were live. And then when I went to the YouTube thing, that you were still connected as live, but you weren't live. So you forgot to tell it that you weren't live. I missed out on that.
No, it was. I don't know what was going on with that. I tried to. So, it took me about a month and a half to get my internet at my new house, and when I got it going, I was like, all right, cool. I'm gonna live stream a game of Star Citizen or a game of Descent Overload, and got going with it. Then the damn game crashed, and it disconnected from the YouTube account. I had to restart the NVIDIA program, restart the game, and then start a whole new stream all over again.
Oh, okay. Are you going to do one again soon? You're going to try again?
I'm going to try either... I'm probably going to try tomorrow night. I was going to try tonight, but you're running, so I didn't want to step on your toes.
Well, we can live stream you playing a game.
Nah, it's all right. It's been crashed. I tried 3 times in a row, and it crashed. So I'm not going to do it again. I don't know what's going on with it. Like, I just a couple of days ago, I tried to live stream it, crashed. Okay, restarted live stream again, crashed again.
Well,
the 3rd time it crashed. I was like, okay, to hell with it. I'm not going to try. Excuse me.
Okay.
But anyway, yeah, it's good to hear you again, man.
It's good to be back.
Just you were gone for a while there, man.
Yeah, just getting me land legs back again.
Thought you got canceled.
Only partly.
Yeah.
Only partly, yeah. No, I had a lifesaver, so that helped out a lot. Yeah, I forget who the name of that guy is. Who was that guy? Who was that guy that helped me out all that time? I don't know. I can't remember now. Sorry.
Steve.
Steve, was it?
Steve, that was it. Steve, yeah.
Steve.
Yeah, it's good to see Blue Marble as well. Blue, you still there? Or is he muted?
He's probably gone to get a coffee.
Speaking of a drink, I'm going to go get a beer. I'll be right back.
Grab me one too.
It's far too early for that. It's only 8 o'clock in the morning. Come on.
Hey, it's 6 o'clock here.
It's 6 minutes past 8 in the AM.
No, 6 minutes past 6 in the PM. Sorry, you got the wrong time.
It's daylight now.
No,
it's daylight.
Yeah, it is daylight. The sun's out.
Well, the sun isn't out, but it's up there somewhere beyond all the clouds.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm back.
Do the clouds really like England for some reason?
Yes, unfortunately they do.
Yeah, it's really annoying when one has to go out.
Yes.
What, have you got the same problem, Alan? You got to go to over to
I've
Yarmouth.
got to get the bus.
To Yarmouth.
Get the bus to Yarmouth to go because I've got to go to Specsavers, and it's all grey and miserable. So it's
yeah, but the weather could be all right over in Yarmouth. You don't might know until you get there.
Hang on, I haven't actually opened the blind this morning properly because
Which way's the weather coming from at the moment?
Well, mostly it comes from the west in this country because of the prevailing circulation of
Oh, so if
stuff.
if it gets clear where you are, by the time you get to Yarmouth, it might be clear.
No, because that's due south, and I'm actually looking. I'm pretty much looking in the direction of Yarmouth right at this minute.
Okay.
And even though the back edge is fairly high, I can assure you that the cloud cover is solid all the way to Yarmouth.
Yeah, but what about wetness? Any wetness?
It's not actually raining, but
Rain? What's that? I haven't seen that in a couple months out here.
Rain? I haven't heard that in a few hours.
Yeah, actually, where I'm at in New Mexico, we're going through a drought now. It's been about 2 months since we had any rainfall. We got plenty of smoke from California, but that's that.
No, we've had flooding the last few days. It's been pissing it down. Absolutely.
Oh God.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I swear to God, where I live is like a natural disaster-free environment. We don't get flooding. The area, not anywhere close to me, gets fires. There's no, like I said, no flooding, no earthquakes, no nothing. It's a freaking.
Trust me, we don't get fires. It doesn't get dry enough.
Oh my God.
Well, we've got a high temperature for this, which is unusual for this time of year, in the very high 20s, nearly 30. What's 38 and out in the garage when I checked it there earlier. But then tomorrow and the next few days it's going to drop down to 20, 22 degrees. So I can't work out the weather here. It's weird.
Yeah, well, this Monday, the 5th of October, it tells me that Bastwick is a cloudy 10 degree. Is going to be a cloudy 10 degrees centigrade.
Yeah. It's still going, Terry.
Who? What? Where? When?
Yeah.
Well, everyone keeps talking. I can't stop the stream. And now Dean's dropped in. Well, the show will go for another 2 hours.
Oh, okay. I might have to have fish and chips again tonight, I think.
Okay. Hey, Dean.
Hello.
Hello. What are you up to?
Yo. How's it going?
I'm currently tracking my girlfriend driving my car down the A5.
How fast is she going?
Wait a minute. Because I was actually just looking at what I could do while she's in the car.
Yeah. Okay. This sounds creepy, but
she's doing 61 miles an hour. Oh, 62 miles an hour at the moment, so that's fine.
Those are rookie numbers. Tell them she needs to double those, bump up to triple digits. Then we'll talk.
Yeah, but she's actually going through the middle of Toaster. Yeah.
No, she's on the A5 going down side of Milton Keynes at the moment. But
she's going that way. She's on the dual carriageway bit.
Yeah. But in all seriousness, I can actually I could set the limit to the.
I was going to ask you that. I was going to ask you, could you change that?
Yeah. It's not on at the moment, but I can set it. I could set it to 40 mile an hour, which would really piss her off. On the A5.
Do it.
Everybody else around her.
She'll be there like she'll put a foot down, and on the center console it'll say, "Please enter PIN." Once it gets to 40 mile an hour, she'll be there like, "What?"
What kind of car is that?
Oh, Model S Tesla.
Oh, nice. That's pretty cool, man.
Yeah, I only picked it up. I only picked it up on Monday, and since Monday I've done 1,100 miles.
That's not
Damn,
bad,
man.
No, if only you had the access to the rear camera, and anyone that comes up behind you could brake check them.
I do have access to the rear camera.
Live stream
access to all the cameras.
You can brake check somebody behind them. That'll cheese them off.
Yeah, you got to live stream those cameras, man. Put them
it does. It comes with. Well, I bought it with full self-driving, so I don't actually drive. Out of those 1,100 miles, I think I would class me driving for about 200 of them.
I gotta ask, because I've never driven a self-driving vehicle because I got fucking trust issues. But what's that like? Like letting the car drive itself? It's gotta be the weirdest feeling in the world.
Oh, wait a minute, am I back?
Well, you got issues with your truck?
Yeah.
I don't have any issues. I don't have any issues with my vehicles.
No, the full. No, that was me walking off. So full self-driving. I would imagine it's really good in the United States. Because we've got something that is very common here and very not common where you are, and the whole thing is based off machine learning algorithms based on road traffic events and routes. Now, what you haven't got a road with a corner where the speed limit on the road, if you stuck to it, would cause you to fly off into a field if you tried taking the corner at that speed.
This is true.
You do not have that. However,
anywhere in the States,
I would imagine it's very, very, it's very, very uncommon that where you are, but it's very, very common where I am.
Oh yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the Tesla's hurtling towards this corner, and they're like, yeah, you should be slowing down now.
Yeah,
Okay, you should be slowing down now. Okay, fuck it, I'm taking over. Oh, sorry, Terry.
We have a, let's see, in my state, there's one hairpin. Like, literally, if you look at this thing on a Google Maps, it looks like a hairpin. And the entire turn is a full 3/4 of a mile all the way around. And the speed limit for it is 55 miles an hour. There have been some drift teams, drifting guys I know have gone out and tried to drift the whole corner, but they end up either A, going too fast, they just too close to the edge, or they go too slow and they end up just dragging it into the corner, and they can't do it. Let me see if I can find it, and I'll share it.
I've got the technology here, Jay. I can Google Pro.
Yeah, but yours goes at the speed of a carrier pigeon. Oh, what's it gonna do?
No, I've got my speed's pretty good here.
In all seriousness, that car has got it's got 8 optic cameras. It's got something like 12 close range ultrasonic sensors. It's got 8 long range radar sensors on it. That car saved me. Well, it didn't save me. I'd have seen it and I'd have braked like an asshole. But it started braking, and they're like, because it does phantom brake sometimes. I call it. It's trying to kill us both. And I have to quickly take control. But no, it started braking, and they're like, oh my god, what's it doing now? And then I looked ahead through the rain, and one car had emergency stopped in a lane and crossed over into my lane a little bit. And it was braking because of that, and I couldn't see, but it did, which was pretty cool.
Yeah.
Nice.
Dean, I thought you were the person that drove so little you didn't need a car.
Well, then I went for a test drive in a Model S and thought, I must have one. It's not a car, Alan. This is my excuse. It happens to be Alan, it's a 19-inch tablet that happens to have a car wrapped around it.
That's good. Yep. I see where you're coming from.
That's what I was going to say. It's not a car, it's a piece of tech, isn't it?
Yeah, God, it is. Well, I'll tell you what, the second day that I had it, they released a software update which changed how the suspension worked.
Oh, wow. That's crazy.
Yeah, but what happens when they suddenly decide that they're going to charge you a monthly fee to not downgrade all the shit that's in that car that you've already paid for?
I've got premium subscriptions which are lifetime, not monthly, because they have gone to a subscription, a service model for their software now. But I have not got that. That's ridiculous.
All right, Terry, I've got the road brought up on my screen. How do I? Because I got 2 monitors. How do I share one monitor I'm looking at here? Go over to New Mexico and I'll just guide you through it.
Okay. Even though I had Google Pro ready to go, that's okay.
No. I was like, you already got it open. So if you go to the New Mexico and scroll, well, okay, it's gone. Never mind. All right. So what do I do? Share screen? Which screen is it going to share? Is it going to share?
I've got it. You can direct me.
Offer you this.
I'd like to learn about the topography and the geographics of over in that place over there. What you call
Well, first off, you're going the wrong way. Go over to New Mexico and then zoom in.
I got no idea where New Mexico.
New Mexico is one of those almost square ones, isn't it?
Say again.
New Mexico is one of those almost square ones.
Yeah, I found a New Mexico.
Okay, there you go. Scroll. Okay, so go to the north a little bit here. Scroll in towards the center where I-40 and I-25 intersect. I got to see the city names before I can tell you where to go. Okay. All right, go towards Santa Fe. Yeah, you got it on terrain. It's gonna screw me up. Okay, don't zoom back out. You're too close. All right. You go, Jesus Christ. So the highway that's going north of Santa Fe, follow that north. All right, keep going, keep going. Go past Espanola, keep going north. Okay, this is working out. Let's see, go to the right here, north, shit, hold on. Zoom out a little bit. Okay, go to the road to the left. It's not showing the city name. Okay, so go north a little bit more. Keep going north. All right, hold on. Stop right there. Go west.
Mammers, what was that game show where the kids directed other kids that had like things wrapped around their eyes? They're like, get there! You can do this, Terry. Go on.
Okay.
Yeah, what was that?
Go north a little bit.
Something Maze, Crystal Maze, was it? No.
Pin the tail on the donkey.
Okay, you see this road that's connecting? Hold, stop right there. See this road that's connecting from 84 all the way across here? It looks like a little mailbox thing.
Yeah.
All right. Go west. You see, it looks like a lightning bolt or a heartbeat meter. About. Oh, okay. You're close. Hold on. Stop moving the damn mouse. You're right there.
There.
The hairpin. There it is. You're close to it. There it is. Right there. That's that big ass hairpin. It's literally the shape of a friggin' hairpin.
Yeah, but can I just say something? Imagine that, but over a third of the distance.
Yes.
That's what we have. The Tesla would go around that fine at 60 mile an hour. It really
60? My Mondeo would go around that at 80 without even blinking.
Well, yeah.
It's that gradual.
I'll tell you, that's not like what I'm on about.
No.
I'm on about that, but scaled down to 30%, and that's how acute it is. And
Oh God, you're talking like stupid sharp turns.
Yeah, but wait a minute. That's all of it everywhere in my hometown of Wakefield, West Yorkshire. It's all like that.
Yeah.
Imagine all of the hairpins, all of the Grand Prix tracks all over the world, all put together. That's your average British roads.
Yeah.
There's no logical reason for that hairpin. The terrain's fairly level.
No,
but yet
not.
they've got the road going down.
Terry, you're looking at it from the top down now. It changes when you start looking at it at an angle.
Angle it out and you'll see it's got a lot of terrain there, man. And you know what? It's a very pretty drive. I've driven it several times. I love that drive. It's one of my favorite roads to drive on.
Oh, look, it's going up.
Oh, okay.
Lots and lots of up.
That's CGI.
Get the hell out of here.
Oh, do you mean CG?
That's funny you say that. We got a company out here called CGI Concrete. I don't know if it's real or not.
Okay, so we've got a bit of terrain, that's why. Okay, you don't want to drive over there, you've got to go around it. Yeah.
You see, that's why they're not flat earthers, because the earth isn't flat. It's got uppity bits and hills and mountains and stuff. Just ask Bev.
It's about as flat
I'm
as
not a flat earther.
oil.
Lots of terrain.
Yeah.
It's just them being their own good old disingenuous selves. Oh, I'm not a flat earther because the earth isn't flat. I mean, look at it. There are hills and mountains. but level is horizontal.
So I've not really paid that much attention. What's happened in flat Earth in the last 2 weeks?
They still think it's flat. They still think it's flat.
Yeah.
Really?
It's the same old nonsense, mate. Nothing's really changed.
Did you like my closing statement on Jose's?
Yes. I knew exactly what you were doing as soon as you started it. I thought, yeah, I know where this is going.
Well, I've missed out on a lot, man. I've been so freaking busy, Stingray. I've missed that. I missed a lot.
Can you summarise your closing statement? I didn't get to see that.
Oh, no. Well, I make it up on the fly, but it's always got the same kind of rhetoric and the same meaning. It goes along the lines of... No, I think we should give these guys a chance because they do represent the pinnacle of human intellect. They are absolutely at the top, 0.5 percentile of logic, reason, and bleeding edge science. And I think that they are the only ones with the intellect to be able to see all these deceptions and see everything which all of us is staring in the face, which we all see staring in our face, that we just don't have the intellect to comprehend it. And it's apparent by the way that they speak and the jobs and careers and how successful they are. We've got Ranty, a window cleaner and decorator. We've got other kind of bin men and manual labourers. No offence to manual labourers, because some of them are quite intelligent. But I still think we should give them a chance. And then I showed an example of something else. And then I always end with, I actually tend to agree with them that there is something called the Flat Earth Conspiracy, and it's a way that the governments of the world separate stupid and naive people from the rest of civilization and put them off in a little corner to waste their own time doing nothing for the rest of their lives so we can get on faster. And that's my rant normally.
Yeah.
It goes along those lines.
Yes,
awesome.
I've heard it quite
That's
a few
epic.
times now, and I sort of have to stifle my laughter. I certainly did yesterday because I thought, yeah, he's doing it again.
Well, we're gonna.
That's just epic, man. That's amazing. I like how you strung that together. That was perfect.
Yeah, no, I do a slight different variant every time, and it's always dependent on whoever's just said the most ridiculous thing in the last 5 minutes.
Wow.
Yeah, but Dean, we need to be a bit careful separating them off because we don't want to send them off with the telephone sanitizers, do we?
Now, I got a question, Stingray. Do you ad lib that, or do you like have this like while they're talking, doing their
Oh
thing?
no. I make that crap up.
You just ad lib it right off the top of your head.
Yeah. I don't write anything down.
Dan, you're one witty motherfucker. Nice job.
Cheers. Well, I'll tell you. Well, I'll show you something else because we're just looking at this. My girlfriend, because my girlfriend's taking the car to work, and I've watched her, and I can watch it. It shows me real-time parking, and she does well because it's a huge car. It's not a normal-sized car in the UK. That's just like an oversized car.
They are size, aren't they? Yeah.
Oh my god, it's
Yeah.
so big. But I've just got to show you. So I said to my girlfriend, I'm going to buy this.
Whoa.
Can you see
Steering
this?
was on the wrong side.
Yeah, no. But can you see this? She says, what's her first comment about this?
The color?
Well, yeah, it's white and carbon fiber, but what did she say about the white?
Oh god.
It's bright.
No, she said, that is going to be a bastard to clean.
Oh god.
Yeah. Now, what's my response to that, given I might be a little bit witty and sarcastic?
Don't get your dirty ass out of my car.
No. It's the color of the leather, or in this case, synthetic leather. I wouldn't decorate the inside of my car with dead animal skin. The color of the leather doesn't dictate how hard the material is to damn clean. It just shows you where to clean more. You can do a better job this way. The car will always be cleaner. There you go.
Yeah. Or you could just tell her to keep your dirty ass out of your car. I kid.
Yeah, but who's going to be cleaning it anyway?
Probably him.
Some Polish bloke.
Yeah, I bet you're not.
Oh,
that's going to get valeted.
Oh yeah, no, I'll get a valeter on it.
Exactly.
Like I said, some Polish bloke.
Yeah.
Well, she's ordered custom mats for it that are being made at the moment. Once I get them, I'll have it cleaned and everything because it's got no mats in at the moment.
Really?
I've seen a problem with that car. I couldn't see the gear stick.
Oh my god! What was funny as well is it's got huge bins just under the screen that you can sit like you could fit like a 2-liter bottle of Coke in there.
Yeah.
And Bobby, my girlfriend, she put her bottle of water in there, and I've got my hand rested driving around, and I just missed it for a fraction of a second. I said, "Bobby, can you do this?" She goes, "Yeah." I said, "Do that. You'll know when." And then I worked the throttle and grabbed the bottle and used it as a gear stick while going along, making the gear changing and wind down sound of the hydraulic going as it was changing gear, because you do actually miss it. I'm there driving along thinking, actually, there's something about a gear stick and that noise and kind of, the new level of acceleration and throttle.
That's pretty crazy. I'll be right back.
But yeah, I love it. I love my car.
Not having a gear lever would, that throw me off completely, considering that I drive a diesel, so you're changing gear all the time.
Yeah.
Because
Well,
the rev range is bugger all. You know, you're forever going up and down the gears.
my mate's just got a he's just bought a Ford Ranger. Then it starts with W.
Wild Track.
Wild Track. Yeah, that's it.
Oh yeah.
But it's brand new and he got an amazing deal on it, and that's obviously full on diesel and 3.6 litre V6, I think it is.
Yeah.
And he took me for a drive in it, and it is pretty epic. But it's fully automatic, so it doesn't have to do anything, and it does everything for him, which is pretty cool. And do you want to know the worst thing? We figured out that my car still has a worse turning circle than that big bastard.
You're joking.
No.
I mean, I knew those Teslas were big, but I didn't realise it was that bad.
It doesn't exactly fit on my drive properly.
Farmers, I remember back in the 80s, bought a new Mark II XR2.
Yeah.
And that had a turning circle that was about twice a Mark I Transit van.
Good grief! And it's a little old Fiesta.
Yeah, well, because it had the big wide, it had the fat wide wheels in it, didn't it? So
yes, I suppose
that limits how far you can turn the damn things.
Yeah, the wheel arches aren't that big. I mean, my Mondeo actually isn't that bad, but the problem I have with it being the estate, a Mondeo estate is 16 foot long. And how long is a standard parking bay in the UK? 16 feet.
Yeah. I had the same problem with a Mark
you
IV
invariably
with a Granada estate.
Yeah. I've invariably either got the nose sticking out the front or the tail sticking out the back, because to get it spot on in the parking bay, unless you're reversing into one that's got a wall at the back, can be a bit tricky to sort of judge it just right.
What is it? Is it a Mondeo? What year is it, Farmers?
It's a Mark III, so it's on an 06 plate, so it's a Mark III Mondeo estate.
Okay, so I'm just going to compare the size.
Yeah, I bet your Tesla's bigger.
I don't know, because Mondeos can be pretty huge.
Oh, it's quite. Yeah, the
holy
Mondeo's quite
crap!
a
No, you're a tiny little insignificant car. Jesus
Correct.
Christ.
Yes, the Tesla's big.
So you're 4.7 meters long, which is monumental for the UK, but that's okay, because I'm a hair shy of 5 meters.
Blimey.
At 4 meters 979, so 498.
So your car's longer than my Mondeo estate, which isn't exactly a short car.
But this is the issue. You're 1.88 meters wide.
Yeah.
I'm 1.96 meters wide.
So you don't go through any of those 6 foot width restrictions anymore, then?
I can fold the mirrors on.
And yours isn't even an estate, is it? You haven't got the huge boot of an estate.
No. Oh, but I will tell you something which is fantastic, especially around here. You'd appreciate this, Farmers. It's on air suspension, yeah. And it's got dynamic ride height of up to about 8 inches, I think. So it can actually lift up 8 inches. But
that's pretty good.
It's got 4 different settings, but they're location aware. So when I come into the village, I can raise my suspension up to not very high, but high, to take all the potholes and speed bumps.
Oh,
and
especially the bloody speed bumps you've got in the village, yeah.
Yeah, and it remembers that, so that next time I drive through, I don't have to do that. It just does it itself.
Yeah, that's cool. But yeah, certainly. I mean, yeah. Well, you know what the roads are like around our way; they're abysmal, absolutely appalling. Bloody potholes everywhere.
Isn't that true for the whole of the UK, though?
Yeah, you should see the main drag through Silverstone going up to the circuit. They keep trying to patch it up and patch it up. I don't know. Hopefully, at one point, they're going to realise that they've actually just got to rip the road up and do it again. It's just disintegrating. But it makes me laugh every year. You know the British Grand Prix is coming up because they're out there filling with the worst of the potholes in. But they do it every year because they just don't do it properly.
Yeah.
They try and make Silverstone and the surrounding area look better than it actually is because the roads are falling apart.
Well, yeah, but why do it? Why do a job properly when you can do it cheaply over and over and over again?
Yes, exactly.
Oh my goodness. My car's bigger than a Bentley Continental.
And they're not exactly small.
How ridiculous is that? Although, no, I tell a lie. A Bentley Continental is 2 millimeters wider.
2 mil. Yeah, you'll notice that.
But it's 4.85 meters long and I'm still 5 meters. Damn.
What's your
Wow.
Tesla? It's a Model S, isn't it?
Yeah, new shape Model S. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, that for what you're actually getting, that is a big car, isn't it?
It is, but it's. I drove. I wanted to get a vehicle that could drive me. Yeah, so I needed one with full self-driving and all that kind of stuff. And I wanted to go traveling more around the UK and just visit places, and honestly, it's so comfy. It's got, the seat is entirely electric, and the shape morphs as well. It's got lumbar support, which is electric, just absolutely everything. So it's incredibly comfy. It drives itself. When I did 200 and odd mile journey, and I looked at my girlfriend at the end of it, and I said, "It doesn't feel like I've driven anywhere." And she goes, "Well, you haven't. You've just had your hand on the steering wheel. It's done. It's been driving." And they're like, yeah. It just doesn't feel like you've driven anywhere. And even in traffic jams, it drives itself. It's brilliant. But I'll tell you what I did have a go at. I went to Tesla and I drove the Model 3, which is the new cheaper one.
Yeah.
And I think because that's even more technology and less care. It's just got the one single screen, no instrument clusters, and only 2 stalks that don't do very much. And I drove it, and I think because my expectations were so high, I was incredibly disappointed. It didn't drive as good as the BM electric that we have. So I thought to myself, it's terrible. And I went back in and says, "Oh, what did you think to it?" Because I'm sure everybody says, "Oh, it's amazing," because that's probably the first electric car. And I said, "Crap." I said, it feels like it's going to lose it going around a corner. It's jittery. It's not a comfortable ride. The seat's purely nice and comfy, but the ride actually isn't. And he goes, "Oh, that's interesting. Do you want to test drive one of our Model S's?" And I went, "Nah, I'm not bothered." And then he convinced me to test drive one like the week after, and I drove that, and I'm like, "Oh my God, I must have this. This is awesome." And then 10 days later, I get one, and then take a week off, just traveling around the country to everybody that I've not seen in a long time. So I went to Portsmouth, Southampton, West Yorkshire, Wakefield, Ripon. Up to Ripon, just all over.
Well, that's how you did 1,000 miles in a week.
I'm back, by the way. Sorry about that.
It's all right.
It's brilliant because I traded the BM i3 in on it, and they gave me a really good price.
Did you do a Riley and a smoke, Jay, or just the smoke?
Just a cigarette, man. I don't smoke the quote unquote devil's lettuce. That's not me. I got a question for you, Stingray. With that Tesla, what's the range you get on it, like on a full charge?
Oh God, that is the most. I'm really sorry, but as an electric driver of 7 years now, that's the most ridiculous question ever. What's the range?
Sorry.
Let me ask you a question. What's the range on 25 gallons of fuel for your car?
My car was 700 miles.
No, on 25 gallons. What is
700 miles.
So you'll say, so how many miles per gallon does yours do then?
My truck does 41 miles per gallon.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Okay. And that doesn't change. That's just a constant. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter what the temperatures are like. Doesn't matter whether you have the AC on. Doesn't matter whether you drive like an asshole or you drive hyper efficient. That doesn't matter. It's just that fixed range, is it?
I drive actually quite moderately. I don't mean to. I'm sorry, man. I didn't mean to trigger you, dude. Damn.
No. Stingray, Dean's not triggered. He's just being Dean. Keep going.
Yeah.
I'm only curious because
are you ready?
I've never driven an electric car, so I'll give you
I'll give you an absolute concise answer here, because it's the first thing. There's 2 ways that you test the battery on a. Because I didn't buy this. It had 20,000 miles on when I bought it. I didn't buy it new. I'd never buy a new Tesla. I mean, they're still damn expensive, even with 20,000 miles. But I just don't fancy losing £30,000 off the price in the first damn year of its life. But the first thing to do is I take it to a supercharger and I charge it from below 30% battery charge. The rate from the supercharger actually tells me the degradation on the battery. If the supercharger maxes out, the battery is less than 1% degraded, and it did. I got 120 kilowatts through on the charger, which was fantastic. The second thing that I did is I take it on, and surprisingly enough, the A5 which we've got is enough for me to do these tests. I go up and down it at various different speeds, and it gives me a watts per mile reading, which means then, because I know the usable kilowatt hour capacity of the battery, I can convert that to range based on different speeds. So at 55 miles an hour, it has a 270 mile range. At 65 miles an hour, it has a 220 mile range. At 70 mile an hour, it drops to about 200. And then it starts really degrading after that. So unfortunately, I tested it very late at night on the A34 up from Portsmouth, and I accidentally, and this, I promise you this was accidentally, I accidentally started cruising at 90 mile an hour, which is incredibly easy to do on a car where you can't tell what speed you're doing because it's so damn smooth, by the way, just in my defense. And it was my girlfriend that said, should you be going this fast? So I'm like, oh shit. But what I was able to do is I was able to look at the usage, and I realized that if I'd have carried on doing 90 mile an hour, I'd have only got about 130 to 140 miles out of the car. So the difference there is 140 to maybe 270. So that's the huge difference in between me doing 90 and 55. So it depends on driving style, depends on harsh acceleration, it depends on so many things.
It's kind of the same effect with a gas-driven engine too. I mean, it depends
exactly.
on how you drive. But I was looking at like on an average, like if you drove like an average normal Joe Schmo that didn't go crazy on the acceleration, didn't go crazy on the speed, like so me, okay, I'm the courier. Oh, that's my job. That's what I do for a living. Is I deliver shit all the time, every day of the week, and I'm able to get my truck, which has got a 2.2 liter 4-cylinder engine in it, and it's a 5-speed standard transmission. I can, based off driving habits, get it around between 38 and 42 miles per gallon. And that's accelerating easy, that's braking easy, that's taking corners easy, that's not driving like an asshole whatsoever. That's like for an entire 8-hour day. Then that's.
And how many miles do you do in the 8-hour day?
220 to 230.
Oh yeah, I mean, if you went out and got a one of the brand new, because this is a year and a bit old, or 2 years old. If you went out and got a brand new Model S long range, you'd be looking, driving it like approximately like you've said, you'd be looking at like 330 miles. You could even get one that wasn't the long range, even though I don't think they do them anymore now actually. And you'd pick up a second hand. Not long range one, quite well. I say cheap, not cheap cars, and you'd easily be able to do that journey, easily.
Nice, that's not too bad. Yeah, I was thinking about. I want to get something that's electric like that too, right? Park it at home during the night, plug it in, let it get a full charge, and then run my routes as I usually do. I'd say. So okay, so it's kind of weird. I've got 2 different routes. There's one that I have that goes up. That's a total of about 220. That's one route that operates during the day, and then when I finish that contract, I log on to Uber Eats and I deliver restaurant food until about 10, 11 o'clock at night. So I'll go from 250, maybe I'd say 380 to almost 400 miles a day is what I run. And fuel is expensive, but with this little pickup truck that I use, it's a Chevy S10. And
Cybertruck, mate. Cybertruck. Get a Cybertruck.
But it's like with trying to what I call pussyfoot in the throttle. I can maximize my fuel mileage. Where like the entire day I'll only spend about a quarter tank of fuel. That's about it. But I think the electric would be a lot more fun though. I guess I got I gotta admit, I've been wanting to drive a Tesla just for the fact it's got that what do they call it? Ludicrous mode. It's like 0 to 60, and like put your eyeballs in the back of your skull speed.
Yeah, I mean, I've got the performance version update to this one that we've got, and the only thing that does a lot of the time is potentially cause more wear to the battery and motors over time.
I would imagine.
Certainly increases your annual requirement for budget on tires, and it wears off quite quickly. That, to be honest, don't get me wrong. When some dick pulls up in like an M5 BMW revving their engine, and you switch it off chill mode and go, yeah. I just say to my girlfriend, yeah, put your head back in your seat. We're off. It's on. And you like set off, and you're exiting the roundabout from the traffic lights before they've even got their entire car across, the line that you were sat at. It is pretty cool, and to think that it's 2.5 ton that it's doing that with is even more amazing.
Well, it's all you're all-wheel drive too, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's one of the things. You got all that traction, all that power going straight to the ground.
That's why it's got a crap turning circle. I think if you can actually get the single motor one, and I think it might have a better turning circle.
Now, what's this video playing right here? What is this?
I think, Terry, you might be taking a chance here, mate.
I was only playing that little bit.
Okay.
It was only a few seconds.
What is that thing?
It's somebody in the peanut gallery said, "I drive. That's what I drive." it's a clip out. It's a clip out of a movie. Peter Sellers in The Magic Christian. I was only playing a few seconds of it.
It was funny as hell.
Yeah. I knew that, Alan. I was just only going to play the few seconds of it.
Kubitek in the chat says, "Good morning. Good morning, Kubitek."
Irish Stew, your farmer's boy, your bike would out-accelerate that Tesla.
That'd be a good drag race, actually. A motorbike.
I don't know actually. I mean,
I think we've got a challenge here.
The big advantage the Tesla has doesn't need to change gear, does it?
No.
Yeah, but are we going to just do it over a certain distance?
Yeah. How about the first 20 feet?
The first 20 feet I would absolutely have you, because to stay up with me at 24 feet, you'd be cartwheeling the damn thing before then. It wouldn't. If you had enough power to do that, you wouldn't still be on one wheel.
Yeah,
two-wheel drive bike.
If you look at the contact patch between all four wheels of the Tesla, or certainly the back two wheels, and then you look at the contact patch in my rear tyre,
is the Tesla is driven on all four wheels, or is it only centrally driven?
Yeah. It's all four wheel.
Yeah,
what's even more fantastic is the motors, unlike a limited slip differential where you'd have you get so even with a big pickup, if it's in limited slip mode, you get stuck in snow, and one wheel spins.
Yeah.
And that's because of the differential that's doing that.
Pause the track.
Yeah, but the Tesla can change that through its transmission system. So that's why they're so good on acceleration. It's not relying on just like the laps in physics and stuff. It can actually compute where that power needs to go, which is quite cool.
Sorry to interrupt you real quick, but there was an interview with when Joe Rogan interviewed Elon Musk about the car. He actually asked Elon Musk about its traction control system, and it's got an insanely quick reaction rate to when a tire slips. It transfers power back and forth within milliseconds.
Oh, yeah.
It's an impressive car. Like how you put that together is just absolutely impressive.
Does it have an individual motor for each wheel, or is it a central motor and transmission?
No, it's two. It's two motors. Tesla have just actually, so it's front and rear motors, Al, and the front one is slightly more power bias as well. But what's interesting is Tesla have just come out with, and I don't get the naming. There's something about the naming, some geeky shit, but it's called Pallid. Yeah, it's the Pallid version of the Model S, and the Pallid version of the Model S can accelerate. There's no set time for it at the moment because they've not settled on one for the power, but it can accelerate 0 to 60 in less than 2 seconds.
Jesus.
And it's just set the fastest Laguna Seca time of any production vehicle.
That's pretty damn impressive.
Yeah.
That sounds like a lot of fun.
Yeah.
I want to drive one.
Well, yeah, I did say to my girlfriend that this Tesla that we've got now that I've driven it for a week, it is the first. the second, because this isn't the ludicrous one. The second one will be a P100 ludicrous. And she goes, are you sure you want that? I said, I've already ordered the number plate. And I've already ordered the number plate, P100, and then my initials. So it's like I am committed to this now. It must be mine.
So you're like a crackhead with speed now.
Yeah.
Not the drug, but the actual movement of speed.
Yeah, speed. Yeah.
Man, I gotta drive one of those Teslas, man. They sound like a lot of fun, and they look cool as hell in my book. Yeah, just I gotta get my hands on one. That sounds like fun.
To be honest, it's not the fun for me. I hate driving, and I had a your equipment. Well, you call it the Chevrolet Volt, yeah.
No. No, that thing's a piece of crap from what I understand. I thought people that have one and they don't like it.
No. We had one made by Vauxhall over here called the Ampera, and I had one of those and I loved it. I loved it. It was a GM vehicle basically. It wasn't a Vauxhall.
Oh, okay.
And I absolutely loved it. And it drove on the road. It was so solid and so smooth, a lot like the Tesla. And then we got a Leaf. Which was fine. It was just incredibly boring. And then we got a BMW i3, which was incredibly exciting, but had to drive on long distances and stuff. And it's like, I never really wanted to drive any of them. I never think, I'll tell you what, I'll just go for a long drive. But now the Tesla, which is fun to drive and incredibly comfortable, and you can just tell it to drive itself. It's like, oh yeah, I don't mind going to the coast, and I'm in the middle of the country. It'll take me hours to get to the coast, but I don't mind it. I'll just take a quick run to the coast.
You just take a 20-minute nap while you're just like letting your car do its thing.
Yeah.
I have got I have got a profile for the seat called Stargaze mode because the entire roof of the car is glass. So
That's amazing.
The seats recline, and I'm just looking up at the sky, which unfortunately, as farmers and Alan will attest to, it wouldn't really matter whether it was glass or not. It's still just solid grey.
Yep.
Yeah, for far too much of the time. Oh, and Dean, if you're coming this way, make sure you go to Southwold, not Great Yarmouth.
Where do I want to go? I want the nearest. Well, not the nearest. I want the best nearest beach.
Southwold is very nice. At least Southwold's not full of oiks.
Heacham,
yeah, that's good. That's a nice beach.
Just next. Don't go to Hunstanton itself. Just drop down to Heacham. There's nothing there but beach and sand. And when the tide goes out, oh boy, it goes out.
Yeah.
I got a great beach for you to visit. It's just you can't drive to it from where you're at. I can drive to it, but you can't. It's Puente Arenas, La Paz, Baja, Mexico. Beautiful beach, white sands, super quiet, like nobody there. Wonderful place. Super far south on the peninsula. It's really cool because like you get down there and you kind of feel like you're in kind of a Mad Max film kind of scene because there's just there's some jacked up cars on the side of the road, whatever. Not a lot of people. Yeah, you get out to that beach and it's just so quiet, man. No waves crashing on the beach. There is a old wrecked boat, a ship, kind of farther up north from there. But yeah, it's silent, it's quiet, and you can just relax.
Sorry, just really quickly. Brainer in the side chat thing just put the plaid version is from Spaceballs, yeah. And I don't get that reference. I still don't, because it's something about when they're going fast, and then they go so fast that it's
Yeah, the
plaid.
plaid version. Everything
Oh
just
god,
turns
it's
to
so
plaid.
long since I've watched that film.
Yeah.
There was some talk a while back about making another Spaceballs, but I don't think it ever came to fruition.
Yeah, I think some things should just be left to stand alone, and I think that's one of them.
Yeah, it's a cult classic. Yeah,
Oh,
don't
it
fuck
is.
with it.
I must try and dredge it up. It's a long time since I've watched that film.
Shit, here I am using bad language. Terry, I'm not, my language isn't going to cost you your channel, is it?
No, you can
Terry,
say
did he fall
shit.
asleep?
You can say shit.
Okay.
You can say bloody. You can say all those words, just not the four-letter F word and the four-letter C word.
Well, that's good because we do talk a lot of shit.
All right. Well, I've already dropped the F-bomb a few times, so I'm hoping that doesn't screw you up. if that's the case, man, my bad.
I wouldn't worry. It's not like he's monetized or anything.
That's true.
Just checking. I just realized I was like, oh, hey, I'm not saying the greatest language here. I might be messing up somebody's stream and channel perspective monetized in the future channel. I don't know.
The swear jar's back in operation again. That's all I can say.
Excuse me.
Oh dear.
I've been trying to quit smoking, so I got this weird cough of like crap breaking up and coming out.
Yes, you will. Yes, I remember those days. You quit smoking because you want to be healthier, but quitting smoking just at the time feels so unhealthy.
Oh God, man, it makes you feel like shit. You try to cut back, and the next thing you know, your lungs are freaking out. Like, what the hell, man? We want that nasty shit. Bring it back in. And you're just coughing your brains out.
Oh, I went from 40 a day to nothing.
See, I was at before tonight anyway, but a couple of weeks ago, I was like nearly 3 packs of cigarettes a day, and then I bust myself down to 2, and then I forced myself down to 1.5, and now I'm down to 1. And I'm like, oh, dude, this sucks. That's why my voice is all kind of screwed up tonight.
Me and the then wife, and I think this is the only reason it worked, is because we were both smokers, and we determined, we wanted to give up. So I still vaguely remember the last cigarette I had of a Sunday night, and waking up Monday morning, it's right, and it was like, right, we're not smokers anymore, and both of us were easily, on average, 40 a day, and we went from 40 a day to 0. And the trick to doing it is having 2 of you not wanting to show weakness in front of each other and not bothering with any of the silly gums and patches and anything else, because what do they contain? Nicotine, and it's the nicotine that your body's craving. So if you just go through the sheer hell of the first few days, you'll get there.
Well, I used to smoke a hell of a lot, and then I went on to the inhalers, and then after about a year and a half on the inhalers, I thought, I'm still addicted to nicotine here.
Correct.
And then I just stopped.
Yeah, you have to go completely cold turkey, because all of these alternatives, they all contain nicotine, and that's what you're hooked on. You're hooked on the nicotine.
Yeah.
So
what I've been doing is just kind of I've just been kind of just weaning myself off of it. Like I maxed out at 3 packs a day because I'm awake for 20 hours to 22 hours a day on average. And I just smoke constantly out of boredom or whatever. And especially being a driver for a living, you're bored. You're like, okay, whatever. I'll just smoke a cigarette, smoke another. You know, what you think's 5 minutes between a cigarette's actually 5 seconds between a cigarette. And so I was like, okay, just got to wean myself back because I don't want to use the patches. I don't want to use the gum. I don't want to use the fucking Chantix pill. I don't want that shit. I just want to get it out of my system. And I've been doing pretty good. Like just backing off of it. Like, I would wake up in the morning, have a cup of coffee and a cigarette, and then I'd have another cup of coffee and 2 cigarettes, and another cup of coffee and 3 cigarettes. Like literally, it was a cup of coffee and a cigarette every damn time I refilled the cup, it was another cigarette. So now it's like, okay, wake up in the morning, have a cup of coffee, and no cigarette.
it's the habit thing. I mean, I remember if I had a half-hour drive to work, you'd get in the car, light a cigarette. Halfway there, you'd light a cigarette, and then you think, okay, I've just got time to smoke another cigarette before I get to work. And like every hour on the hour, I'm outside having a cigarette because it's my, it's been an hour. I need a cigarette, and it just becomes habit.
Yeah.
Guys, just to break up this cigarette talk, I've got to tell you something else.
Hmm.
I'm having, and I'm pacing up and down, waiting for the dude to turn up because they said in between 8 and 8 a.m. and 1 p.m.
Oh, that narrows it down, doesn't it?
Yeah. But I'm getting gigabit internet.
Oh, you bastard! Oh, you bastard!
900 megabits down, 100 megabits up.
Wow.
How much? Oh wait, I gotta ask. How much do you pay per month for that?
Oh, I don't know. My company's going to pay for it. But I think it's it's a 2-year contract, and I'm going to get them to pay it up front. But I think if I was to pay it, it'd be like in between 60 and 70 pounds, so about $90 a month.
What the fuck? Okay, so where I moved into, where I live now, right? Just got my internet going. I called this company, like, hey, I need the fastest you got available for the most affordable rate, because I got to run my business from my computer, and I've got my Xbox with Netflix. My son's got his phone. My wife's got her Netflix, all this other crap. And they're like, yeah, for $65 a month, we can give you, get this, 40 megabits per second.
Wow.
That's
here's an interesting thing though. I'm with Plus now at the moment, and I get an 80/20 service, so 80 megabits down, 20 megabits up. But it's become really flaky over the course of the last year since they retained me as a customer and gave me it for £7.90 per month. so $14-15 a month. I was paying like 25, 29, something like that. And they said, "Oh no, stay with us. We'll give you it cheap." And then they give me it cheap, and it's just degraded ever since. It's like, yep, not dealing with that anymore.
I speed tested mine like 3 times in a row, and it was always right on the dot, 40 megabits per second. I was like, what the hell? That's all I can get out
just
here.
doing what Terry's just done at the moment. Oh, there we go. I've got a ping rate of 10 milliseconds, 63 and a half down, 11 and a quarter up.
Let me see what mine is. Hold on a second.
That's not bad, actually. I suppose it's Monday morning and everybody's buggered off to work, so the
currently mine
freed up.
I'm not even going to look at mine.
Yeah, Dean, I would trust that as well, you know.
Yeah, I thought.
And they are really flaky.
I'm with BT.
They weren't, Alan. They really weren't. For 4 years that I've been with them, they absolutely were not. They were dead on, awesome. But that's when I was paying 30 quid almost per month. When they said, "Oh, we'll give you it for £7.20 or whatever it was," it's just gone downhill and downhill and downhill.
So my ping so far is 8 milliseconds.
That's good.
My download megabit per second is 39.43, and the upload is 3 megabits per second.
Oh dear.
And I pay $65 a month for that.
That's 3 is really borderline for high definition bidirectional voice comms and video. So something like a FaceTime call, that actually requires 3 to 4 to be a consistent high quality of upload.
Gotcha. Now, do I come across you guys pretty clear?
Oh yeah. Oh no, on Zoom and just audio you will do, but I meant on a video like a FaceTime video call, that would be, you wouldn't be able to watch Netflix and have a FaceTime video call. Put it that way.
Ah, gotcha. No.
Oh,
yeah, but
I've
the
just-
download speed is really good.
Alan, a download of 18. I've just got a download of 64.
Look at that upload, 13. Jesus Christ.
But remember, I'm streaming. I've got Zoom going, and I'm streaming video to Zoom from OBS.
Jesus. Yeah, my brother gets 400.
Guys, can we not compare this for the next couple of hours, and then we'll do it. We'll do it in a few hours, can we? Because I think I can win this. I really do.
Yes, I think Dean, you certainly will once they've been and sorted you out. Yes.
Do you want to know? Do you want to know the interesting thing about the human malware situation that we're in at the moment?
Yes.
This was about 10 weeks ago, possibly even more. I've got cameras, and my camera alert went off on my doorbell, and it said someone's approaching. So I had a look, and no one's there. And they're like, that's strange, but okay, fair enough. It's never done that before, but one mistake, not a problem. And then And then I had one of the side cameras say motion detected, and they're like, hang about. And I looked at the side camera, nothing there. Okay, fair enough. And then less than an hour passed, and then it said someone's approaching the front door again, and I had a look, and no one's there. And you got this quick view, but I decided to connect to it. And I connected to it, and then it starts piping audio through, and I'm hearing these weird sounds, and they're like, this is odd. So I goes to the front door, I opens it, and I look down to the right, and there's this woman laid down, and she's playing about with the with an inlet socket in my house, which is for the main line. And I looked down at her, and she could see on my face that I weren't impressed. And she goes, "No one said that I was turning up, did they?" And they're like, "No." And I said, "What are you doing on my drive in my house, pissing around with the socket that's coming into my house?" She goes, "Oh, I'm from OpenReach. We're installing the trunking for fiber to the premises." And I'm there like, yep, carry on.
Yep, as you were.
Need any help? Want a coffee? You got enough tools? You all right?
How's that one?
Oh, that's better. The ping rate's abysmal, but the download's good.
Yeah, yes, but look where the server is. Telstra, Sydney.
Oh, good grief. That explains the ping rate.
Yeah, that explains the ping rate.
Oh,
I'm guessing the download is explained by the fact that it's not first thing Monday morning in Sydney.
289, Jesus. Well, but you get that pretty fat download rate. 52.
Yeah, that's I normally get into the 60s. But like I said, I've got a video. I have no idea why my upload's stuck at 3.89. Usually that's about 16 or 17, maybe 20.
Yeah, my service is so degraded. It really has. I used to get 76 to 78, and now I get 59.
Yeah, but I'm on the end of a crappy bit of bloody copper wire.
Well, I am at the moment.
That for half of its length is buried underwater. because the cable is actually deeper than the water table 90% of the year, and then it goes up onto an overhead cable and wibbles around on an overhead cable.
So I've got a ping of 13, download of 59.65, and upload of 18.48, all for the amazing price of $10.
Yeah. Fuck you.
I pay like.
I'm sorry.
Less of the F. But by the way, Terry, are you there?
Yeah, but I definitely am here. I am here.
Oh yeah, no, I put some money in the swear jar just so that we can, if we accidentally swear.
I already did.
Yeah. Yep. But don't do it on purpose, you know.
I'm not trying to. Like, it just kind of just pops out. It's like, oh crap, I screwed up.
I've actually got better connection up here in the office because I renewed my BT service, and not only did they send me an updated wireless router downstairs, I've got one of these Halo devices up here, and it's so much better than it was.
I tell you, that always confused me. That did. People will spend a lot of money on the house. They'll spend a lot of money on a swimming pool, a car, a TV. Yet the one thing that they use most, absolutely use the most, they'll get the cheapest Chinese manufactured, slave labored, assembled router and Wi-Fi access point that there is. And that makes no sense to me. It's like, why would you, the thing that you use the most, that probably everything in your house uses the most, why would you spend the least amount of money on the thing that's going to serve that and manage it for you?
Well,
wait a minute. Alan, did he say router or router, Alan?
Well, I always say router, but then...
Are we going to?
I did say router because I actually... I'm with the route side, even though I do call it a router, because grout
Yes, that's another word. Yes, grout.
There's
Yep.
loads of encapsulated words that have route in them that are actually pronounced route in English. The
Well,
only
yes.
one that isn't is our pathfinding and Wi-Fi, traffic, data traffic management devices.
Yes, which is routing.
Well,
because we drive a route, we don't drive a route.
Yes, but what I'm saying, Al, is you find that word in English encapsulated by any other inside any other words, and it is not pronounced route. It is.
I call it a route.
Route.
That's how I pronounce a router. But the router that I have for my service.
Thank you, Dean, for being on my side, because this argument's been with a few people.
But bizarrely, then, grout should also be pronounced groot.
There you go.
Because it comes from the Old English gruter.
I'll be right back, guys. I'm going to step outside for a cigarette, but I'll be on the phone.
No, you're not.
Yeah, I am.
And I'm going to have to go because I need to go and start getting ready to go and get on the bloody bus.
Yeah, you've got to go to Specsavers.
Your epic trip.
You got to go to Specsavers.
Yeah, well, I better be able to get on the bloody bus because otherwise I'm not going to get to the appointment.
Yeah.
Oh! There's the sun, sort of.
Where?
I just realised it was getting bloody bright. I still can't actually see it, but yeah, there's natural sun beyond those clouds. Bloody hell!
You mean it might actually brighten up? Over here later?
Yeah, hang on. Let me bring my weather radar up and have a look. I think you might get away with it, Alan.
Just as long as it doesn't rain. I just don't want rain.
Are
I put my waterproof on because it
Are you
helps keep me
going now,
warm,
Alan?
but-
Because I was just going to play my last video before we finish up.
Oh, I'll watch 7 minutes of this with you then.
That bank of cloud is clearing you, Alan. You should be. I think you'll get away with it.
I've got a question for you, Alan.
You turn around for 5 seconds.
Yes,
and
Steve.
the weather will change.
Oh well.
So you know when plants sprout, yeah?
They sprout. Yes, I've seen plants sprout. They sprout from it, and they cause a root. No, route. Actually.
No, but a plant once it's sprouted has sprouted, yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
then it produces a route that goes into the soil.
That's how you should pronounce it, because that comes from the Old English sprutin. So it should sprout.
But remember, the bit that goes down into the ground is a root because it's ROTT.
Correct.
Oh no, that I'm fine with. That I'm fine with. But it's just the sprouted, which I like.
Well, sprout as a noun, as in like shoot of a plant. That's from the Old English sprouter.
Yeah, I did anybody ever watch the TV series Outer Limits?
Yes, I did. Yes.
Outer Limits, I like that.
Yeah, Outer Limits. Yeah.
The one that actually it's from the Old English utterer.
This and other pondering questions and answers and conversations we can continue to have at other times, but that'll be a continuing English pronunciations and debates for a while. Hey, I'll play a video. Press play.
Listen very carefully. I should send this early words. Bing.
G'day everybody, where's Wally here? Well, today this is a Sleeping Warrior session. Basically, when I was debunking Sleeping Warrior's replay of exploring the plane, 90-mile Isle of Man vision from the hills behind Blackpool, I happened to mention that there was significant refraction.
And the refraction required is not too much above standard refraction, 7 and 6R.
Well, at least a little bit more than average. And that is what was enabling us to see a little bit more of the mountains than what we would see on an atmospheric-less planet. Well, that made Tony go,
dumbass.
Nuh-uh, refraction is dirty air. So I reminded Sleeping Warrior that all you need is a density gradient. That's all that's required. That made Tony go,
Dumbass.
Nuh-uh. Gradients don't bend light. Light travels the shortest path. So I reminded Sleeping Warrior of Critical Think's awesome green laser bouncing multiple times through the sugar water in a sugar water density gradient. Well, that made Tony go,
Dumbass.
Nuh-uh. Dextrorotation is what's going on, and polarization. So I reminded Sleeping Warrior that plain glass doesn't polarize light, and so maybe salt water density gradient can do the same thing. That made Tony go,
Dumbass.
Nuh-uh, you got to do it and show me. So I reminded Sleeping Warrior, well, this will be very easy to do. I'll be back in a jiffy. Well, that made Tony go,
Dumbass.
Nuh-uh, you got to state your null hypothesis and your alternative hypothesis clearly, otherwise it's just words. So anyway, here we go. Well, Anthony, dextrorotation, that's not the answer you're looking for. You do realise that this is all going to unwind on you, don't you? Yes?
Explain that, matey.
Okay, so your null hypothesis and your alternative hypothesis. The null hypothesis is that the laser light in a sugar-based density gradient tank visibly bends due to the dextrorotation nature of the sucrose used in the density gradient solution. The alternative hypothesis is that the observed bending of the laser light is solely due to the density gradient of the solution, not the rotation.
Do a video and tell me how I'm wrong.
So I weighed 40 grams of salt and put it in 200 grams of tap water, placed them in a pan and heated them to a simmer. I filtered the solution through a standard coffee filter to remove the sediment, made it nice and clear. I allowed the solution to cool and then I added 1 drop of green dye. Don't use red dye or blue because that will block the green laser light and you won't be able to see squat. Now for a light box I use the 16-pack Ferrero Rocher. And what you do is you open the box, give the 16 to your significant other so you don't end up with a situation like this.
The solar system was stationary.
Alright, honey, come on.
The sun was standing.
Why don't you stop this bullshit?
I
Idiot.
Can you give me like 5 minutes?
No, you've had it all morning.
So I put 500 grams of tap water into the light box, thanks to Ferrero Rocher, and then I measured the TDS of the tap water, which gave me around 32 parts per million. So at the top level of the tank, the reading was just under 100 parts per million. When it went as steep as I could get it, it was well over 1,000 parts per million. So there you go, we have a density gradient in the salt confirmed. So I decided the best way to demonstrate the effect is using a density gradient and a time lapse. So I let the concentrated salt solution run slowly from the glass via a tiny tube in a siphon and took a photo every 10 seconds with the GoPro on time-lapse mode. And this is what I got. And I'll zoom in a bit and play it again for you as well. Then it was time to introduce the homogenator. And just look what happens with that laser light. All of a sudden, it goes straight again. Because you see that screw, the laser beam was bending down and touching it before the homogenator did its job, and now it's going straight over the top of the screw. And I guess that glare coming off the screw is probably why the photo was a bit washed out in the first place. So all I did was twiddle the gradient. I changed it. I changed it from being a strong gradient to being a non-existent gradient, all with the use of the homogenator. And as we can all see, the bending of the light is totally dependent on the density gradient. So the null hypothesis is not upheld. The alternative hypothesis does hold. So now we understand that the light is curving due to a density gradient, and that gradient is not in any way to do with polarization because the solution never changes. We can now see that Snæfell is in a different position to what the theoretical geometric atmosphereless Earth would be, and that's due to the atmosphere not being homogeneous. There is a gradient in the atmosphere. Thank you, Tony. Now the problem for you, Tony, is that everything you've just made is all going to unwind. So now you have to go back and revisit again because nothing to do with polarization is in play here. It's only a gradient. Thank you very much, Anthony. So how was that, Anthony? That was all too easy. Barely an inconvenience. Bit of salt, bit of water. Put it in carefully. Shine a laser beam through it. Light bends. Mix it up. Light bending goes away. All too easy. Okay, so if you like that, how about you click and share and subscribe and be the first to get in on the next fun little adventure into destroying the flat earth. Now, while you're doing that, I'm going to literally destroy this little thing here. So I sends my data, my experiment to Conspiracy Cats just to do a peer review, and what does he do? Oh, not enough data points. Reject the outliers. Grade it on a normal curve. Come on, use the right Q test. Man, this guy... Now take that, would you?
Pour some seriously, Cass.
Now see, you guys, do you see? Do you see? Oh man, do you see, mate? Do you see? Goodness me. Take that.
What's he doing on Conspiracy Cats though? Yeah.
Okay, have that. How do you like them apples?
What did Conspiracy Cats ever do?
Smack around a lot of flirters? I don't know.
Yeah, all he has.
Someone sounds tired.
Somebody got out of bed too bloody early.
Well, he would be. He runs an Amazon factory. Wears himself out.
No, I don't run it. I just walk around it all bloody day.
Or walk it, not run it. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, no, you can't run not pushing those trolleys. 9.1 miles I did on Friday.
Jesus. Yeah, they're building an Amazon warehouse out here in my town. Surprised.
All right, let's have a quick look at the stats. I think it was. Thursday, 9.1 miles. Friday, 8.74. Yeah, Saturday, 8.55. So I'm averaging sort of 8.5 to 9 miles a day.
Not bad.
Yeah, not good either. There you go.
You can claim your
They don't
shoes.
give you a golf cart to roll around in?
No, you can claim your shoes.
No,
on
you
tax.
have to. You have to push a trolley that they call a U-boat.
You will be claiming for your shoe wearing when you tax next year.
Not
a bad idea. Yeah, it's grim, but you know, needs must and all that.
I've got to call it for the night, guys. It's 2:20 in the morning here.
Oh, it's early.
I'm tired, man.
It's 9:20 in the morning here.
Yeah, it's only.
Well, I don't care about your time. I
It's
care
only
about my
going
time.
7:20 here. I've got all the night.
I've got all day.
Well,
Oh, well,
it's
okay.
it's
Yeah, but which
2:20 in
day?
the morning.
Which day?
Monday.
Yeah,
It's
definitely
Monday
still-
evening here. So.
Monday. That's right. I forgot. You got a little bit.
Yeah, we're in the
over
future.
there on that side of the thing. Yeah.
Well, it's even earlier,
no.
later for Sheepy because he's even in the future more than I am.
But yeah, I've got to get some sleep, man. I'm exhausted. I've had a long day today. Cleaning
Well,
out the
I
garage.
appreciate being able to drop in for it. You haven't been dropped in for a while, and I know it's a different time zone. Suck.
Yeah, I haven't been able to drop in for a while because I've been so goddamn busy, man. Like I kid you not, I'm running my standard routes for one medical facility, and at the end of the day, I'm running deliveries for Uber Eats, just trying to make income based on the fact that I lost 90% of my contracts when COVID hit, and replacing it with Uber Eats has been. Just thank God that company exists right now. I know a lot of people don't like it, but it's helping me out a lot.
Right.
And I run that as much as I can. And believe it or not, dude, like a lot of times, like when you go live and I'm running Uber Eats or I'm running my deliveries, I'm listening to you. I just can't talk. I can't type because obviously I'm driving.
Yeah.
But I'm there.
Yeah. Oh, when you stop driving for a second, you can always just say, "Yep, I'm here. Bye."
Yeah, I have a couple times. A couple times I dropped a message like, "Yo, I'm listening to you guys, but I'm busy driving."
Yeah,
But
yeah, hi, bye,
it's
sort of thing. Yeah, it doesn't matter as long as it's a quick whatever.
yeah.
At least we know you're
Yes.
alive and out there.
It's kind of funny. I'll every once in a while I'll have you guys. So I take my phone and I have your live feed going through my phone, and I grab the aux cord, it's plugged into the car stereo speaker, and I've got the volume turned up. I'm hard of hearing. I mean, my hearing sucks. So I got the volume turned up a bit. I'll be sitting at a light, and I'll hear you guys talking, bantering back and forth, talking crap about one flat earther after another. Yeah, and this individual at a light will be looking over like, "What the hell are you listening to?" I'm like, "Oh, listen to these guys." And so I give him the channel, and then so you'll see I'll see the guy on his phone at the light look up your channel, and he'll pop it up, and he'll look at me and be like, "Dude, this is some good shit," and he'll just pop it on his on his radio too. Oh, I forgot to mention. I wanted to tell you guys. I encountered my first Karen today, a couple days ago.
Oh, really?
No.
Oh yeah, that was some funny ass shit. Because so I own my own company. I'm an owner operator, so I don't have employees. It's just me. 1099 contractor, owner operator. Don't need employees. Don't want employees for the time being. Later on down the line, maybe. But so on the side of my truck, I've got my company name, Midnight Courier, and the license number right there. No phone number, none of that crap. I don't put my phone number on the side of my car, on my truck. If they want to know who I am, they can look me up online. So I'm cruising along, and I need to change lanes. I need to jump over to the left lane. So I hit the blinker. I hit the signal to change lanes as any normal friggin' driver should do. And I check my mirror, nobody there. I quick look over my shoulder, check the blind spot, nobody in the blind spot. I proceed to go over to the left lane. And I hear this horn blast, and I look over in the mirror, and oh my God, there's a car that just popped out of friggin' nowhere. And I'm like, oh, okay, my bad. So I jump back over to the middle lane, and I'm headed to a gas station. I pull up to the pump, and this car that was blaring their horn and flashing the lights at me follows me into the gas station. I'm like, oh man, and I'm thinking to myself, like, okay, did I cut this person off? Because I'm pretty damn sure there was nobody in that lane when I was going to change lanes. I had my fucking flasher on. So, damn it, I cussed again. So sorry about that. So I pull to the pump and I get out, and this lady pulls up behind me, and she's like, "Who's your employer?" I'm like, so I'm thinking in my head right off the bat, like, okay, I'm going to have some fun with this one. I'm like, well, the company's on the side of my truck. It's Midnight Courier. It's like, well, how do I contact your manager? I was like, well, let me give you, I'll give you a phone number. So I gave her my phone number. And she's like, well, I'm going to call and have a little conversation with your boss. And I was like, thinking in my head, I'm like, okay,
this will be fun.
This is going to be fun. So she's like, well, we're going to see exactly. You cut me off, yada, yada. I'm like, no, I didn't cut you off, lady. I was like, I hit the blinker to change lanes, and you sped up to cut me off to stop me from changing lanes. I was like, you were way back there. I'm like, you're a red car. I saw you. You look like a little dot in the mirror. And all of a sudden I hit the blinker, and you're right there next to me. Like, what
and
the
you were
hell?
doing the speed limit,
slow down.
obviously.
I was doing 70 miles an hour down the highway, and I was like, I'm going. I think at the time I was going like 5 over, something like that. I don't know. I don't remember. But anyway, she's cussing me out, telling me I'm a shitty driver. I cut her off. I almost caused an accident. She's got a family. I could have killed her, and they could have their kids could have grown up without a mom. And I was like, lady, you're totally you're blowing shit out of proportion. That didn't happen. So she's like, well, I'm going to call your boss. I'm like, okay, have fun. So I go into the gas station to pay for my gas, and then my phone starts ringing. So I answer it, and it's that lady on the other end. I'd like to talk to you about your driver in this little green pickup truck. And I'm like, okay. So I had to step back. I'm in the gas station. I'm watching her through the window. She's standing at her car, like just cussing up a storm at me on the phone. And I was like, oh, okay, man. She starts railing into me on the phone about how my driver purposely cut her off and almost sent her into the center divide, almost killing her. And so I said, okay, so, I saw the whole thing happen, and I didn't see anything like that ever happen. How you explained it to me did not happen like that. She's like, well, how do you know? I was like, well, first of all, I'm the guy in the truck, and you're talking to the manager / driver that you supposedly were cut off by. It's like, well, I kid you not, dude. She started saying, well, I need to speak to the owner of this company. And I was like, okay, hold on a second. I'll connect you with the owner. So I hung up the phone, paid for my gas, and walked out to my truck. And she's parked behind me. And she looks at me and she goes, "What do you? Yeah." So I had a chat with your manager, and I just let you know I know the owner too. I'm gonna have a conversation with the owner. And I looked at her. It's like, no, you're not. She goes, "What do you mean?" I was like, "Because I am the owner, and you're not going to have a conversation with me. This conversation's done and over." She starts threatening me with bad Yelp reviews and this and that, and I was like, "Lady, you can't do a damn thing to me because you don't know who I am, you don't know my company number, you don't know anything about me, and what you did was a complete fallacy. Like you're lying about everything." And she just friggin' went off the handle, so I just started ignoring her, not listening to her. Well, obviously listening to her, but not responding to her. Filled my tank with gas and just drove off. I left her standing there yelling at me at the top of her friggin' lungs. It was the friggin' weirdest thing I've ever encountered in my life. So I've encountered my first Karen. Well, because what she did was her fault and she wanted to blame it on somebody else.
And you got the manager thing. I want to speak to your manager.
I got the whole thing. I was like, wow, this is real. Like the whole I want to speak to your manager thing is a real fucking thing. Damn it. I cussed on your channel again. Sorry, dude. It's a bad habit, man.
Some people don't like being overtaken. You can be stuck behind, certainly in this country where you've got twisty, bendy roads, and you think, okay, I'll sit behind this old boy. There's a straight bit coming up in a minute, and if there's nothing coming the other way, I can get past them. And you can be stuck behind somebody who's in no hurry at all for miles. And the minute you pull out and put your foot down, they put their foot down too.
Yeah.
I get that an awful lot over here. People just don't like being overtaken. And it's like,
but farmers, it's awesome when they put their foot down and there's not a blind thing that does to the situation.
I sometimes get it when I'm on the motorbike. The funniest thing is when you pull up to a set of traffic lights on the bike and just a normal car pulls up next to you, and they try to out drag you from the lights, and it's like, just go away. I'm not even trying, and I'm just going to leave you behind.
Yeah. When I drove semi-truck for a living, or what you guys in the UK call lorries, why do you call them lorries anyway? That doesn't make any sense. It's a truck, a semi-truck, yeah? Is there...
no, because it comes from the first person ever to drive a truck in the UK was a woman called Laurie. It's an amazing story, and it's it's a really endearing story actually. About it was the granddaughter of the person that was building it, and that's how I absolutely just made that up, by the way.
Did.
Oh god.
Yeah. We had this conversation earlier, Jay.
Yeah. Well, I obviously wasn't here for it, but
and her name wasn't Laurie. It was Lawrence.
Lawrence. Okay. Well, yeah, is that a lie or is that real?
No, it comes from a 1570s verb lurry, which means to pull or tug. So there you go. That's where.
Gotcha.
So you're lorrying my chain at the moment.
So I used to drive a semi-truck. I did it for about a year and a half. I was in Los Angeles, California, stuck in traffic on God knows what freeway I was on. Yeah, I'm just listening to my music, doing my thing. And you got to keep in mind, truck drivers get paid by the mile. They don't really care. Like they're stuck in traffic, whatever. It's a mileage rate. I'm already at work. I'm in my office. My truck is my office.
Yeah.
This dude in a BMW next to me, he's all pissed off. He's honking his horn. He's stuck in traffic. We're going like 2 miles an hour. He looks at me and I'm just, kind of bobbing my head, jamming out the music, having a good day. He looks at me, he's like, why the hell are you in a good mood? And I was like, I'm already at work, so I don't know what the hell you're complaining about. I'm already getting paid. Doesn't matter. When my wheels are turning, I'm earning. So it didn't matter to me whether I was stuck at 2 miles an hour or 20 miles an hour. It didn't matter.
Yeah.
And that seemed to send him over the edge. He got super pissed about that too. He started cussing up a storm. I'm like, dude, it's not my fault that you can't think ahead. I mean, you're in Los Angeles, California, which is kind of like where we're now for horrible traffic and traffic jams. And you can't leave your house a couple of hours ahead of time when you know you need to be in the office. Plan ahead. And it's like, dude, I don't have to plan ahead. I just got to wake up, log into my ELD and continue on my way. And I'm still getting paid. So not my problem. But anyway, guys, I gotta get out of here. I gotta crash out. I'm so freaking tired right now.
Yeah, go to sleep.
It's good to talk to all you guys again. Yeah, and I will go to sleep. And
Yeah,
I will
well,
not
I'm
dream
out
of
of here
it.
too, Jay. I've been going long enough for a little after before pre-show, after show. So thanks for dropping in. We had
Keith,
Dean.
thanks for letting me jump in and say hi, man. I appreciate it.
Oh, you're welcome anytime, Jay. We had Henry Bessemer, which
Yeah.
he was influential
me.
in the process of making steel with the
Blast furnaces.
blast furnace, with adding oxygen to the mix.
The Bessemer
We had a
blast furnace.
Scott with his not a Mustang, the other one.
Spitfire.
Spitfire, that's the one. I knew I was going to get it, Scott, eventually, maybe. Sheepy, big blue. Not a pheasant plucker. Okay, who else did we have out there? Fred, Renee and me. President Phil. Cubatech. Got to scroll up. Rainry. Did I say Fred? Oh, there's Fred. Just the usual. Miro. I think I'm going to repeat all these names. We need critical thinking. A little wolf. Alan's gone, so we'll catch Alan later. If you want to join in over in Discord for an after show type thing, feel free to do that. So we'll see you on Wednesday night for continuation of the Industrial Revolution, where I was either going to work out the forming and forging of the components that we need, but we seem to have went straight into some steam engine stuff, so it'll be either one of those. So later, Peanuts, later panel.
Good
See ya.
morning, Peanuts.